Oh, hey, now mics are live. I'll call to order this District of Clearwater Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 at 11:36, and I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Sim to run the meeting.
Thank you very much. I'd first like to begin by acknowledging that we are fortunate to be gathering together on the unceded territory of the Secwepemc, who have been caretakers of this land since time immemorial. And I hope everybody has been enjoying the change of leaves and just the reflection on what a great place that we get to call home. Moving forward, first of all, I just want to welcome our new potential CAO, Byron Johnson. No relation to our outgoing CAO, but it's nice to know. So thank you very much for being here, and we're really happy to have you part of the Clearwater family, so to speak. Introduction of late items. Are there any late items? Seeing none, I'd like to move. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Oh, moved by Mayor Blackwell, seconded by Councillor Bratton. Declaration of no conflict of interest or pecuniary interest. And I'm assuming that this is for...
Chair Sim, we do need to vote on the agenda, sorry.
Well, the way we were moving so quickly, didn't you see our hands? All those in favor? Motion carries. We are going to move to the adoption and declaration of known pecuniary. I just want to make sure, is this the pecuniary for Committee of the Whole, or are we doing the regular council? How would you like to proceed with that?
Chair Sim, that would be for just the Committee of the Whole.
Okay. Any known conflicts? Seeing none. Moving on, adoption of the minutes of the Committee of the Whole, which I don't think we have. No adoption of minutes, no unfinished business, new business, staff reports, the fabulous draft cemetery bylaw, which was so impressive, like worth waiting for.
Wonderful. Chair Sim, thank you. It was the sort of confluence of efforts that the committee put in. You know, they did spend over a year kind of snuck in over the draft terms of reference, or the terms of reference that the committee had. They were in a position, to just about finish the bylaw sort of at the end of their term, as Councillor Bratton's aware. I believe I've done a fairly decent job of, trying to capture everything that they were looking for in the bylaw. However, my only request here is to go back for public input on this bylaw now. And specifically, we can request that those committee members, even though the committee's been dissolved, to come back and hear their input on if this was really what they were looking for. I'll take any questions.
Council, do I have any questions? Councillor Frizzle?
As I was going through this, I was looking on section 7.38, and all it says is add. I'm curious to know what that means.
Councillor Frizzle, through the chair, what page was that on?
Page 30 of 188.
Is that 7.38?
Yes.
That looks to be a typo, thank you.
Okay. So is it supposed to be there, or is something supposed to be there?
Just a typo is all.
Okay.
Councillor Matheson, did you have a question or comment? Councillor Bratton.
Thank you very much. I think the committee will appreciate everything, all your work into this. And I'd also recommend too that the committee come back in the public consultation, and I'd like to extend my thank you to them for putting all their time in and effort, because before I came on to the committee, they'd already been at it for over a year. So I got the tail end, and they were doing some fabulous work. And I know that some would still like to put some input to double check, so I don't want to leave them out of that process. So this is fantastic. I would like to include them.
Councillor Frizzle?
I have one more question. On the, I don't remember what time it is. I just wrote it down, or what page it is. It was about cremated remains service, and it says times are Monday to Saturday, and the burials are Monday to Friday. So I'm wondering if that was just a typo as well.
I believe that's a typo as well. The running theory with the committee was that weekend service would be allowed. The previous bylaw didn't actually allow weekend service at all.
Yeah.
Although it has been done anyway, I understand. The
But
intent of this bylaw was to allow Monday through Sunday, and then the only exclusion would be holidays.
Yeah, what I saw, and it was Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, and then Saturday and Sunday was a different time. So I just was wondering if that was,
Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be different times because it's going to be a public works call-in anyway, so the
Yes,
time can be a bit
yes.
more flexible. There is fees, of course, for the overtime for
Yeah.
public works to do it. However, if that was sort of, because that changed a couple times in the draft, I will just make sure that that's
just,
consistent.
yeah, just check. Okay, perfect.
Any further questions?
Just a quick comment. Yeah, no, excellent work on this. It's an education on modern burial and
kidding.
scatter gardens and green burials and all sorts of things that are coming our way. And I can no longer just be put in the trunk of my mom's car like other people have been.
Oh,
so.
we can still do that.
Yeah.
Don't you
Okay.
worry.
Good. Excellent. Thank you.
My question would be, what does public consultation look like?
Thank you, Chair Sim. Public consultation, we're going to try and do a couple different options. Survey, monkey survey for sure. Get that out there with the draft just for, their thoughts on what it looks like now, if they have any input, as well as likely a public open house to come in and discuss it. That was my sort of intention at this time.
Council, were there any other thoughts? I think that this update has been something that the community had sought after, but a community open house morning and evening, perhaps. I know that that's caught us before.
Absolutely, that can be done.
Any other thoughts on that, Mayor
Yeah,
Blackwell?
I think we'll see what the survey does. I think the survey will give us a level of interest for sure. I think both options are there. I mean, just from some of the issues we've had over the last little while, public consultation is right up there in people's minds, even though we have no audience right now. But yeah, given options, and the idea of doing a daytime and a nighttime is fine with me. I don't think we're going to see massive attendance, but I think we're going to see the important attendance for the people that care about this.
Councillor Bratton?
I just was thinking one other thing. I know that we can't, the committee is dissolved, but would we be able to put direct invitation to the committee members that were on at the time? One has moved away, so I'm pretty sure he would just even know this is out there, may not have it on his purview to be checking it out that we're at this point.
Yes, Councilor Bratton through the chair. Absolutely, it can be an invitation can be extended to the former committee members to hear their opinion, make sure that they're aware of it.
That would be great.
So maybe to take it one step further, because I think that for community closure is just, how would you suggest having, would it be the chair, the mayor, or the CAO send a note of thanks, noting that we are in a strange transition? But I think because there's only 4 or 5 of them, and just to reach out, here's the draft. It will go out to community consultation. We want to thank you for being a part of it. We have done that to other committee members, and it is just a way of acknowledging their hard work without finding out about it through other mediums, like giving them the regard that they deserve for their time.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair Sim. That's something that corporate services can draft with mayor to sign on behalf of mayor and council.
Works for me. Who was the last chair? Were you the last chair or the last council rep on that?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I think that would be great. And then finally, what would be your timelines that you're looking for community consultation, and then when to bring this back?
The timelines I was aiming for was consultation through November, with the first draft being brought back to council for one of the December meetings.
I think we've only got one in December, don't we?
We have 2 in December, actually.
Do we? Okay, great.
do? Oh,
Yes. The reason 2 is scheduled in December is because we always have a special meeting in December because we always have to pass something. So 2 was sort of just brought in preemptively this time around.
Okay, that sounds really good. So with that, there are some options. We've got 3 to choose from. In terms of the direction that we've asked for contacting the committee members, do you feel that needs to be a part of the motion, or is that just going to be a staff action?
Chair Sim, that could be a staff action at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So
Move the motion as presented.
I'll second it.
all right, so the recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that Council direct staff to proceed with gathering public feedback on the draft cemetery bylaw number 305 to ensure it aligns with the needs of the community, report back to Council with the findings and any suggested amendments. So moved by Mayor Blackwell, seconded by Councillor Bratton. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving now to item 10.1, Financial Policy Plan number 2204. Ms. Klassen, is this to you?
So from section 10 is all resource material for the workshop. We won't really be going through that. We'll be, if we can, move to 11.1.
Okay, 11.1. And so you wanted, I'll just refer this all over to you, so all of section 11. How does that work?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep. Good afternoon, Council. Today we're going to have our first workshop for the budget process for 2025 to 2029. We'll be presenting a short financial overview. We'll be looking at the draft project plan from 2020, that should say 2025 to 2029, and a communication plan and next steps. I just want to mention staff is looking for direction from council throughout this whole workshop. If there is anything that council would like to direct staff, you can either make a resolution, or we can put it in a parking lot and speak to it later on, or we can provide an answer if we know what the answer is right away. The topic today is the financial plan projects that we have in front of us. It's also to seek some direction with what council would like to see as a property tax burden increase, potentially, on a draft basis. This is council's plan. It's facilitated by staff. Council should use their strategic plan to guide us. Staff will do their best to answer all of council's questions. If not immediately answered, we will record the questions and bring the answers back to council. Although council works as a group, each member has its own thoughts and on certain topics. The workshop allows council to have that conversation amongst each other. So there's several steps when you move through the financial planning process. We've seen this diagram before, but today we are in that blue box. We're talking about business cases and service level changes, but that will be coming in our closed meetings. We will go through public engagement in November. We will prepare our operating budget. Now, some departments might be preparing their operating budget already. So, and then in December, that special meeting that we always ask for in December, that's the sewer and water use bylaws that typically have to have their adoption in December. So, and then we'll go back to public engagement. We'll provide a consolidated financial plan for council to review. And finally, we have our financial plan bylaws and our property tax bylaws. This is just a quick update for council. Council receives, or the district receives their revised roll from BC Assessment. The completed roll comes in late December or early January. The revised roll comes in March. Council then approves the property tax bylaw. All the assessments and rates are updated in our property tax notices get sent out. We put on the penalty for late payments in July. And finally, the tax sale, which just occurred this year, October 6th, because September 30th was a staff.
The 10% penalty, that's a flat rate penalty. That's not based on Prime Plus or
No.
anything like that. It's as far as overdue taxes, is there a penalty year to year, or is it always just a 10%
So-
penalty?
Yeah, there's a penalty for late payment of taxes, a one-time penalty. When it rolls over to the new year, then it's interest. So that's when it's legislative interest.
And what's our, is it prime plus something, or is it?
It's what they legislate the interest to be. Right now, it has been as high as 10, but I think it's 9.6-ish.
Okay, thank you.
So for those.
It just
those-
came up in conversation recently.
Yeah, so those properties that are in arrears or delinquent are paying a lot of extra interest.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Makes me happy.
So this year, we are 100% Questica. I must admit, I do go back to my spreadsheet every once in a while.
Your comfort zone, eh?
But yeah, Andrea has done a great job in implementing Questica, and our staff are using it to enter all the projects. So what is happening is every night it's up, our data from Maze, our financial system, is uploaded into Questica. So that provides us with the quarterly financial report that we bring to council. We've launched Open Books. So Open Book is that function where residents can see, or the public can see, our books from 2023 and before.
Just a question on that. Can you tell if people have looked at it?
It probably could.
Okay,
I just haven't done that exercise yet.
that's fair.
I haven't had any questions either. So when people are looking, normally they would have questions, or maybe they just want to, I don't know. I'm really excited about having all the information in one spot. The budget holders are able to enter their project business cases and all relevant details. So relevant details could be contracts, it could be pictures, it could be maps of where this project will be. It should stand on its own. So if we were to have a vacancy, the next person stepping in would know exactly what is happening with that project.
Is there a way to double check numbers, say double entry, or just how it balances out if someone is putting in their own placeholders?
Double entry is probably if we put in, let's say we put in a project, 2 projects, we probably would check.
Right.
We probably could tell. It also goes through a workflow. So the budget holder would put in their project.
Yep.
He or she would then hit promote and goes into their manager. And then they would hit promote and then it would go to the finance.
Okay,
And
so
then
it's
they
not
would promote.
immediate.
Yeah, it goes through
Okay.
a
through a
workflow.
series.
So we have some improvement in that area. Always, but we're working through it for sure. It does promote quite nicely. It's just we have to work with the system, and it's a learning curve. So, next steps for us. I just wanted to mention that some of the projects still we have some cleanup to do, add some more data to make it a complete picture. We would like to do a final review of all the budgets. We want to validate the funding for the projects. I was able to go in and fund some of the projects just based on what we have. And then we have to complete our operating budgets, and those are next steps. So a lot of work has gone into it, and we're moving forward. So I'm happy about that. So for financial health measures, obviously we would like to be sustainable, flexible, and reduce vulnerability. So on the sustainability side, what does that mean for council to be financially stable? If council has any input into that, I can talk about a few, but typically it's to be predictable and to have measured growth and to be steady. So we don't really want to see a lot of ups and downs for unforeseen circumstances. Steady would be great. There's a lot of circumstances outside of our control. And when those happen, we want to be able to, emergencies, for example, we want to be able to be flexible and work through those. So the savings we have for emergencies are really important. The savings we have in our reserves for new equipment would be very important. If council would like to purchase land, things like that, please direct staff to put savings away for that purchase. It would be very important for us to have that available to us if that's a direction council would like to see. And the last one, to be vulnerable or to take measures to avoid the risk of being more vulnerable. And we typically have, we would like to have a more formal asset management plan to renew our aging infrastructure. Perhaps we might want to look at some debt for some aging infrastructure in the future, and to build some reserves so that we are less vulnerable.
Do I have questions on that, Council? What would it look like, or what would you need to put together an asset management plan?
We do have an asset management plan.
Yeah?
We just need to implement it.
Okay, so...
We have the master plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to tie your comments about the asset management plan. So what would council need to do to help support the implementation of the asset management plan?
It would need to be as a priority on our work plans.
Okay. And I'm just looking at our strategic plan here. Modernization and efficiency.
That's important.
Well, no, but it ties into the asset management,
Yeah.
is what you're saying. So I'm just trying to tie the strategic plan into the ask here, which is how to make it a priority.
It's a big project to understand what we need to do for the asset management,
So,
but it's very important.
Councillor Frizzle?
So we have the plan.
We have a document.
We have a document, but we don't have it implemented because it's too big to do.
Well, I think there's components of it that haven't been entirely fleshed out, like roads, for instance, right? We haven't done that background information about what classification our roads are in, what deterioration that they're at, and the asset management plan. If we knew what shape our roads were in, we could say, here's where our deficiency is. You've recently done that with floodplain mapping. We've done that with stormwater management. We're working through them, but to say that they're all done at this time is not the case. Like a facilities master plan, looking at the age of this building, looking at the age of the arena, looking at the age of the Centennial building. We're in a deficit when it comes to our infrastructure that we've got. We don't have everything that ties it together yet. That's what we would like to have, but more has to be invested to get the details into the asset management plan, which is sort of that overarching plan, and then it has all the pieces that come in behind it. That's where we're missing a lot of that information right now.
And I think there's lots of different components that go into the asset management plan. Where we may have started at the overarching policy or guidelines, we have to now do the foundation. So the components of those pieces of that asset management plan will all funnel into the overall arching asset management
see.
plan.
It's just not done yet.
Okay. Has there been an application for a grant to assist with this? And should there be?
A long time ago, we had a grant, I think I'm not sure when it was.
Yeah, we were part of a pilot program with Doug Allen, actually, was coordinating that, I believe. That was actually when we were down on the flats that started, if I remember correctly. And that was 2017 is ringing a bell, maybe 2016, that we started that process. That was back when asset management was basically a new word.
Yeah.
But we haven't done anything. I'm pretty sure there's a UBCM grant for that. I'm not
Well,
100% sure.
it looks like the BC government's got one, and the next deadline is December the 11th. but it's up to $10,000. I mean, it's maybe not what's needed, maybe not enough, but it's maybe better than what we have right now. Is that an avenue that would be helpful to pursue? I feel like there's something that I need to hear, but I don't know what it is.
Well, we could go through the projects, and if asset management is a special project you would like staff to consider, maybe we should recommend that. Yeah,
So should we put that in the parking lot?
we could put it in the parking lot.
Okay.
And we'll have the special project review. And if council would like to direct staff to put resources against a asset management plan, if we're ready to do that, we have to do our homework for sure, but it may mean that other projects don't get done.
Okay.
But-
Councillor Frizzle.
I'm feeling like I'm missing
I
something.
know, right?
I'm like, what is it that we need
To know.
to know to be able to make that decision? Yes, I get that we might have to take something off, but what do we need to do to get there?
There's several components in an asset management program, and it takes a team to make it work. So it'll take finance as well as operations, as well as the CEO, as well as all of us need to work on that asset management program to make sure that it is implemented, and it might be a 2-year program to make sure it's not, let's do it, and then 2 months later you've got the program done.
Yeah.
It's a longer project. It's a change in how we do business.
So is that what you're doing now? Trying to get things set up for it.
We're trying to get those components. If you look at the special maintenance project or special projects, you'll see a few master plans. So the components that will feed into your overall asset management plan, we're trying to nail those down.
Okay.
So there's a bunch of components that goes into an asset management plan. So it's nice to have an asset management plan, but you can't really do that without having a facilities master plan, Parks and
Right.
Rec master plan. What we don't have are a lot of those plans put together at this point. And what really ties it together is the OCP, right? The OCP should talk about your infrastructure deficit, should talk about all those pieces. As you know, our OCP's ancient. It hasn't been looked at in quite a long period of time. And it is certainly one of the areas that I think council should be looking at moving forward. It was something last year that Mr. Thomas went out for RFP for, but they were never awarded. And that project was put on the side, I believe in January of this year. When the former CAO was here, they turned the attention away from that. But that OCP and the resulting master plans that have to come as a result of that, roads master plan, facilities, sewer master plan, you've got some of those items are in this budget that we're aware of, right? So from a sewer perspective, we know that we've got a lift station that's reaching the end of capacity. What an asset management plan is gives you the priorities. Here's number 1, 2, 3. What we don't have is that backup piece to say, this is where we're at with number 1, this is where we're at with number 2. When I was in West Kelowna, that was something that we focused on, was getting all those master plans put together. So then we could do our asset management plan, because you'd have all those pieces that would fit in to it. But asset management planning is not for the faint of heart.
Yes, I'm
Because what happens, you start looking at the age of buildings, you look at replacement, and if you think budgets are hard now without that master plan, they become even more railroaded because you have that information to make those decisions. So I think what Ms. Clausen is saying is we need to do more of our homework so that we can bring to you that asset management plan, and it needs to be a priority. I think I got that right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Okay, thanks for that discussion. So R&R reserves and savings, which consist of DCC reserves and unrestricted surplus, we have a total of, there you go, okay. 12, at the end of 2024, we're estimating it should be $12.3 million. It is broken down between general, water, and sewer. those are three distinct funds that we do our accounting with. On the general side, we're estimating about $2 million in operating reserves, $2.3 million in capital reserves, 3.7 in other. Other reserves there it consists of the things that we really don't have access to. So there would be
Wells Grade Community Forest is
Wells
there?
Grade Community Forest funds. We do have access to it, but perhaps not for the day-to-day operations. The cemetery, that's what's included in there. And then the DCCs for general is $200,000. And then we have unrestricted surplus of $3.2 million or $3.3 million. And that really is our surplus between the total organization, the District of Clearwater. We're still working to split that out between water and sewer so that we can do our fund accounting correctly. I hope to have that done by the end of the year. In the water reserve, we have about $337,000 in capital, $116,000 in DCC. And in the sewer reserve, we have $100,000 in operating. In capital, we have $181,000, and DCC is only $21,000. So as we mentioned earlier, the purpose of our reserves is to save up for future capital or projects that are required, and also to stabilize our operations. If we see spikes in one year due to unforeseen circumstances, we could draw from these reserves. And it's also for emergencies.
Questions? Would there be anything here that relates to, we had designated the percentage of property taxes to go into roads last year? Would that be shown up, or is it later on in the slides?
We have, in the general, we have capital.
I'm just looking to see what taxes raised this year to go towards that.
We set aside 300,000.
Typically we set aside, I think one year we set aside an extra $100,000. That would have been
I saw it as a line
$400,000.
item
But
in
this, yeah, now I had put in $300,000 a year to go into capital for roads capital projects. The detail, you have it in, let me just have a look.
89?
Yeah. Page 89, that's the details. Yeah.
Okay. Carry on.
Carry on. On our debt side, we have very little debt for a community or municipality. At the end of 2023, we had $222,000. At the end of 2024, we're thinking it's going to be about $150,000. We have room, if council so chooses, to seek debt for certain capital projects. The interest rate currently has gone down a little bit. It's about 4.7% for 5 years and about 4% for 10 years. Any question?
10 year, sorry?
4.06 when I checked
Okay.
Friday. That changes, it would depend. And we have lots of room in our servicing limit if we need to go for debt. The one thing I wanted to mention, it does take a lot of time to get debt. You need to go through the process and get the approval of the electors, get the bylaw through. It could be up to 12 months for timing. So today, when we look at capital projects and you see some projects in 2026 that may be funded by debt, ask a lot of questions, have a good look, and we may have to go to debt. Like I would start in January with the process. So property taxes and historical averages. What I have in front of you here is two historical values. One is the top box. It's hard to see, isn't it? So this, I didn't put it in your package, but I will read out the numbers. So single-family residential properties, back in 2021, the average, that this is just average, they paid about $759. In 22, they paid the average of $1,289. In 23, they paid $1,316. In 24, they paid $1,379. So 23 over 24, they paid $63. So about a 5% increase in property taxes for the average single-family residential. In the years prior, it's about $50, except for the 21 to 23. That was a large jump. So we have been fairly consistent from 22 to 24 with about a $50 increases or $50 to $75 increase. In the business sector, in 2021, they paid an average of $5,078. And then we also see a jump in 2022 of $6,977, which is huge. So in 2023, they're $4,779. In 2024, they're $4,742. So they actually went down last year, but they seem to be more volatile in our calculation. So when I bring this forward, is there a percentage that council would like to see the average single-family residential? Is there a target percentage? It's a hard one. I know you haven't.
Well, and without knowing where we're at on some critically expensive things that we're looking at, that's hard. I mean, all the time I would love to say be 5 or under, but I don't know if that's realistic this year, considering some of the things I hear are coming down the pipe. But then we also have to have a talk about what's in the business case plans for the next couple of years as well. And what's essential and what's not. We have seen pretty considerable increases in staff wages and things like that over the years because of, driven by inflation and other contracts, which is, that's one of our major expenses. So, if you want a number right now, I'm going to say 5 or under, but I know full well that that's going to be a hard thing to do. So,
Council, any other feedback on that? I think probably just yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Mr.
I
Johnson.
just also wanted to make mention that things like the roads maintenance contract, things like staffing and previous QP agreements, those are things that are built into the budget. So it's going to be a tough budget year. There's no way around that. That's why we're coming to you now, so that we don't want to bring you an 11% budget increase if that's not what your expectation is. Giving us that sort of direction will help us to make sure that we're bringing something that's palatable. Because right now, if we brought it, it's a very high number.
I would personally like to feel, I would like to hear everything else that's on the table before I actually give an answer to that. Yeah.
Keep in mind that inflation has been through the roof over the last, and we were able to deliver percentage increases under inflation. So at the year that it was 6.9, we were under that. So, and that's partly because of non-market changes coming to the district of Clearwater, more assets. The TMX, for example, So this will be a tougher budget year.
Right,
sure.
but I think that what I'm also hearing, correct me as I'm wrong, is that looking at our budgets, it actually reflects the story of the district and some of the volatility that has happened, whether that has been the wildfires that Mayor Blackwell first took on, and then we went to mill closures, and then we went to COVID, and so it reflects our story. And now it's exactly what you were talking about, is looking for that sustainable, flexible, and addressing vulnerability. I think that's what you're asking for right now. Is this is the year where we do a reset, that our citizens can see a consistency moving forward.
Yeah.
And I believe this is the first year we're completely not seeing any more increases from the large jump with Trans Mountain.
Right.
That's all been absorbed. We're not seeing any fresh through this. So the fact that we're coming in higher automatically, inflation, and not taking another asset, jump from Trans Mountain now that the project's completed, those two are going to affect us in a big way.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So just some general planning principles. We haven't gone into the operating side of planning yet, but generally I just wanted to review the principles that we will follow. Property taxes and service fees should cover the cost of delivering the services to our communities. For example, the water will cover the cost. The water revenues will cover the cost of the water expenditures. The sewer revenues will cover the cost of the sewer. And the property taxes will cover the full cost of delivering all those other services to the community. Projects are prioritized and funded. They should be adequately planned, and the funding should be secured. You'll see this time our projects will, instead of 23, I think we have 10. So instead of 46, we'll have 24. So we have a lot fewer projects. Grant funded projects are a district priority. We shouldn't be chasing grants, but we should set their priority and then get the grant. We'd like to provide adequate budget for council initiatives and work plans and projects. If council has a project that they don't see on the list, we'd like to see that, and then we can fund that project. And we should consider debt for some future projects. So what I have completed a forecast, and what I'm seeing is that we're seeing CPI for currently today is at 2.9%. Last year it was at 3.9, and before that it was at 6.9 in 2022. We're seeing increases in labor and salaries. Not only the collective agreement negotiations are considered, also we're seeing benefits increasing as well. So the benefits increased 11.8%. We're going to market on the benefits as well, but that probably is the market. We're seeing increases in major contracts way beyond the CPI. Anything that goes to market seems to come back way above the CPI. We have no new debt. We're seeing it. I did put an increase in savings. Last year, I think it was just over $800,000 that we put to reserves. In 2025, we did put about $1.1 million into reserves, and that's increasing it at the water level, water fund, sewer fund, increasing the fire reserve because the fire engine is coming up. And we're probably going to have a limited non-market change, which means we won't see the TMX dollars that we did in the past. We're probably maybe 1% non-market change. So it's not going to help us too much when we're doing our budgeting. I just froze.
No, you didn't. Your computer.
And we're done.
We're going to go. Oh.
Something went there, so I was.
It's okay now.
Question on, in the past, we've done our project list with notation that basically said this is fully grant funded, partially grant funded, coming out of reserve. Is that list in this pile yet, or
Not yet, but we will provide it in the future. Actually, if you look at the business cases, they do give you the details. They do tell you how it's funded, and then they have the expenditure. So I just haven't consolidated that portion yet.
Yeah, that's useful in making some of the, some rubber stamp decisions on some of these things for sure. So, thank you.
I'm just trying to get to where I need to go. It doesn't show up.
So, Council, maybe while that's being addressed, is there any other feedback that you would want to provide? Any thoughts about the schedule that we have? Any thoughts about how we move forward? Oh, and we're back, so we'll pause that.
Let's see if she can move on.
Nope.
It doesn't want to move beyond that one. There we go.
See, sharing is caring.
Okay, there are several project planning pitfalls when we've done some research from an auditor general perspective, is misunderstanding our cost estimates and reliability and not taking our full life cycle costs. So in our reports, we're looking at full life cycle costs when we do our business cases. Unfortunately, when you do that, sometimes we don't do the project, and you won't see it on the list.
Could I just stop you there? Could I get an example of that? Just to
A
help
full
us-
life cycle cost of a,
Well, what would be a project that you're thinking of?
for example,
Yeah.
if you're looking at a full life cycle cost of a,
Convention conference center?
no.
Oh, no.
We could do that if council so directs us. If you're looking at implementing a new service and you need to hire staff and equipment, and when you're looking at all those options with the capital and the equipment and the staff, it may be more expensive than a contractor to do it. So that's one of the things when we're reviewing some of our projects, we're looking at the whole life cycle, which means the payments, the capital, the interest, the resources needed to perform those duties. Sometimes it is cheaper for a contractor to do it. Or we have to change our business case, have to change something to make it work. So it is more beneficial to the,
So do you find as a result of being perhaps a bit tentative and a bit reluctant that sometimes things fall off?
when they come to me and I have to do the financial review, if there is a compelling reason that goes beyond the financial, there might be the right thing to do. It might be strategic. We might do it anyways if council so chooses.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Things like road maintenance, right? What would it cost for us to bring that in-house? We'd have to do the business case to look at whether or not what the cost is for versus a contractor versus us bringing in-house, and what does that mean? So to make that decision, we'd have to bring that business case to you so that you could see what that looks like to bring that service in-house, if that's helpful.
Also, you want to put enough contingency in your project so you don't have to come back and request for more funds. You want to be realistic. It's good to be optimistic. It's good to be pessimistic. But at the end of the day, you would like to be realistic and understand where it falls, those financials, or the project falls on either side of that. Yeah, there's lots of pitfalls, but we're not going to go into them. Could I get the next slide, please?
Would you like to try yours first?
Yeah. Okay. Just wait. Yes, good. So as we review the priorities, we have changed our priority method. Our priority method is simple, 1, 2, and 3. 1 being the highest priority, 1 being direct alignment with the district's strategic plan is a number 1 priority. Critical to maintain levels of service that we currently have is a number 1 priority. Urgent to health and safety of our community is a number 1 priority. Number 2 priorities are service level increases that are non-tax funded and operating cost savings and required to comply with policy or regulations. Those are our number 2s when you look at the list. Number 3s are good planning, but not immediately urgent. So that's our number 3s. And with that, I am going to go to, oh, wait, one more slide. We're going to now go into our capital projects. So staff will be talking about our capital projects. I would like for you to turn to page 91 of your package. Today we have 10 capital projects for 2025. We have 3 that are carry forward of those 10 and 2 that are reoccurring. So you only have 5 new ones. We moved the firefighter turnout gear to operating inputs because it's consistent every year and we just replace it. We're going to focus on preparing for those projects in 2026 and 2027, and some will require debt. So the first project we have in 2026, does everybody have the page? Yep. Is the columbarium or cemetery upgrades. We've put it into 2026 as it requires some new capital, as well as fencing and walkways and landscaping. Does council have any questions on that?
Councillor Bratton?
The other 3 things you mentioned, they're somewhere else.
The $100,000 at this point
Yes.
would include all those.
Oh, I see.
However, we will be preparing in 2025 to make sure that we have enough capital in there for 2026.
I see.
Yeah,
So cemetery upgrades means all of the above.
yeah.
Okay.
We have a annual computer replacement program. It's about $15,000 a year with an escalation in price of about 5% because hardware keeps going up in price. We have a Centennial furnace and heat pump for $20,000. Maybe the manager of facilities would like to speak to it.
And a question on that, I know home ones are eligible for grants. Are ours eligible for grants under the same program?
Yeah, there's lots of grants for residential. I'm not sure about grants for municipal. I haven't looked into it too deeply at this time. The furnace there is over 20 years old. It's past its life. The heat pump is a little bit better condition, but if we're going to do them, we might as well do them both at the same time.
And the Centennial Hall siding, that one we have it as grant funded.
That one we're hoping to do with grants. We put it down for 2026 pending, in the special projects, we've got a facility master plan as well, which could reference some of these old buildings and what we want to do with them. So the siding project could be delayed longer. There is also green municipal funding out there right now, which could be used for that building.
What would be the background for that grant? Like, what would it fall under? Beautification, fire smarting?
Many things. Part of it is we really have to look at the future of all our buildings and how do they work for our staff. And it starts with this building.
Okay, but what grant are you thinking of? Like, I don't understand the grant process.
Well, there's a Green Municipal Fund grant available right now for older buildings like this. We could apply for that one and put the funds. That building, if we're going to continue with Centennial Hall, it needs a lot of work. And there's a lot of asbestos in the building. It needs a lot of upgrades. It is not anywhere close to being handicap accessible if we want to make it that way. Right now, there is a little bit of public use. It's mostly staff use. But we could spend a lot of money on that building, but we really need to know what the future is going to be of all our buildings. We may need that building to become a town hall again at some point.
Councillor Bratton.
What's up with the siding? Why would it need to be replaced?
It's really bad condition. It's weathered from UV rays, and the bottom three courses of the vinyl siding are all badly deteriorated, which makes the building is not tight for rodents and things like that, bugs, weather.
And this is precisely why you do a master plan. So you can see our number one priority in facilities is this. Therefore, that is why that money's going towards it. Is it siding? Maybe. Right now, without that master plan, you're putting money towards things that you're not sure if you're going in the right direction or not. That's why, you take this as a one-off at siding versus if you had that facilities master plan, you're going to have what that number one priority is. And it's easier for you to get grants that way too, because you clearly outline to the province, this is our number one priority in our facilities master plan, as opposed to we need to replace the siding because it's old. Right? It does need to be replaced, but is that number one priority for $100,000? That's what we wrestle with. I can't imagine what council has to wrestle with when you're trying to put funding dollars aside, as well as trying to keep taxes low with these sorts of things that come forward.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
And finally, we have the lower storage roof. I think this is in the ELCC building.
That would be the area behind the summer stage.
That's correct. And that roof, again, what is our future in this building? Are we going to continue to stay here? And if so, then we'll have to take care of that roof.
Yeah, and I know the school board is trying to sell off some properties. I wish this was one of them, and then we could talk about debt on acquiring this building for a reasonable rate, and then it would be investing in ourselves versus investing in somebody else's chunk of property.
So in follow-up to that comment, would council like to write a letter to the school district asking if they would like to sell this property?
I think there's an opportunity there with the school board currently being in a $2.2 million deficit that they need to do, and I don't know how easily that would be because it would be long-term. I don't know if we could accomplish that with the time frame that we have, but at the same time, we eventually need to keep poking that
It could be a question.
idea forward. But yeah, I don't. That's a difficult one for this budget. We'll just put it that way. I can see some grimacing at the front table there that there's some difficulty with that. I think acquiring a capital loan for that would probably be hard depending on how much it costs.
I'm not sure if we could get a loan for purchasing of land, but perhaps we can use some of our surplus if council so wishes. But then our emergency, we need to balance everything out.
Yeah, for sure.
Perhaps we could put more into our land purchase reserve.
Okay.
Moving forward, we have a Zamboni replacement. Now that is already approved by council. It's just going to arrive here in February or March.
Mostly insurance.
It'll be insurance proceeds, yes.
Yeah.
And also the TNRD may help us. Last time we had a conversation, so we're asking for a little bit of help in that area.
That would be good.
Moving on to the Sportsplex, we have 4 projects there. Moving on to Recreation and Parks, we have 4 projects there. The first project is the TMX Legacy Project, which is 37 East. It includes a flagpole, some fencing. So this is a carry forward. We've done some of it this year, and we're going to complete it in 2025. The Chad Park concrete replacement, I'm going to ask Mr. Meyer to review that, as well as the tennis court and the splash park playground.
Questions?
What does the retrofit mean what is the retrofit?
It's turning it from 4 to 6 and 2.
The tennis court would be converting, there's two sets of two courts. The easterly courts are in, the court surface is in poor condition with some bad cracking. There's been a lot of requests from the public for proper pickleball courts there. We could turn those two courts into 6 pickleball courts. I think we should be applying for grants to try and complete this project. There's some avid pickleballers in Clearwater, however, the group is only about 50 people. So we do have to do some crack repair there, which we could do. There's 2 pickleball courts painted there now. We could continue with that for a couple of years and apply for grants and see if we could pay for the project with grants.
Other questions? Councillor Frizzle and then Councillor Bratton.
How often is that tennis court actually used for tennis now?
Very seldom.
That's what I thought.
We don't have any proper records, but my office is right there. I very seldom see people playing tennis or basketball down there.
Be something to think about, yeah.
Councillor Bratton?
The splash park, it's currently under construction at the moment.
No,
Finished.
the construction from the accessibility grant is complete. We've added one playground piece there and accessible ground covering. The future project, the playground there is reaching its life expectancy. There's a lot of plastic fatigue from the UV. Also, the ground covering there is pea gravel, which is badly compacted, and the perimeter boards are badly rotting out. And so rather than just replacing the gravel and the perimeter boards, and then in a few years have to tear everything up to replace the playground, we would do the entire thing as one project. It would be flat ground level with the rubber accessible ground covering, new playground pieces.
Okay, and sorry. Supplemental to that. The tape has now been taken down and it's all accessible to people?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And bathrooms are now shut, right?
So
Bathrooms are now closed?
the bathrooms are closed today.
So this is $200,000, not grant funded, just $200,000.
$200,000 in today's prices.
And grant funded. Like,
I have it as grant funding. We
Yes.
have not applied for a grant at this moment. That's why.
okay.
Both of those projects, the tennis retrofit and the splash park playground, are grant funded at this moment.
So just on that, and as you've noted, there's not a lot of people that play basketball, but the basketball courts aren't particularly great either.
They're not, no.
So if we're going to pay attention to it, and if we're looking at forward, what are we going to do about that space?
It's a big project. I haven't really looked very deeply into it because of the lack of use there. But the problem is they were built too low. They're built in a hole, and there's not proper drainage around it. And in a day like today, the basketball courts are flooded. So I think it needs complete excavation, backfilling on the site, entirely new basketball courts built there with proper dry wells. And as I said, I haven't looked into it yet.
Council, is that something that we want to look at the horizon that we save towards it, even if it's repurposing it? Maybe is there room there for, another pickleball court? Maybe there's something different. Do something different. But to let it just erode, I'm not sure that fits an image.
That's also something we've talked for a number of years about a Parks and Trails master plan, and that's something that would be addressed under that master plan as well.
The other thing that the community has often referred to, and maybe it's in here, and if so, I apologize, is we had talked about a dog park being behind the high school on that piece of TMX land. Is that in here?
I don't believe it's in this year. Again, pending in 2021 council, we had originally discussed it in council said at that time they wanted to do a Parks and Trails master plan first.
Well, we didn't get to that.
And
But we do have that land gifted to us behind the high school from TMX.
It's not gifted, it was subdivision land, and I believe it was actually from Wadliger subdivision of those lots from the corner up to there.
I thought it was,
It's not TMX gifted land.
no,
No, what TMX had offered to do, second contractor out of 4 or whatever it was, they had offered to build one for us free of cost. And I took that to Leah Caldo from Trans Mountain when I was
Okay.
at UBCM, and put that bee in her bonnet. Her offer in return was to hand us a master list of what's being stored in the TMX yard by the Eco Depot. And I'm just got my email out to send her a note. But basically, what do you want? What can we donate before those items go to auction to the District of Clearwater as a wish list? Because they actually more beneficial to them to get a tax credit for a donation than it is to get that money back from the sale of those items that are in that service yard. And why I'm bringing this up is one of the items in the service yard right now is a lot of chain link fencing. So which would be part of what we would need to do that. But yeah, I mean, it was promised by, I can't remember what the contractor's name, it was the merger of the two companies to create, then they basically failed as an organization after about 5 months. And then Bannister came in after them, I believe, or Bannister was the next one after that. That was who had actually promised to do that work.
so going back, we have heard from community that that's important. Oh, hang on. Well, May 21st. There's our meeting right here. Is there any comments on that, or just keep moving on forward?
I think that's one of those things that we need to have an opportunity. Yes, and part of the master plan for Parks and Rec as something that we need to put in there when we get to that Parks and Rec master plan. But I think it's also one of those things where we keep advocating to people like Trans Mountain because it was there as a commitment of one of their contractors. Whether or not they want to honor that, I know that they have to come through this next summer and do a lot of remedial work along the pipeline course, some of it with equipment and things like that, because there's a lot of landowners there that would want something different happening on the easements. So, yeah, I think there's an opportunity there. I just don't know if I don't see it as a priority, even though people want it. I think, if we're on a 1 to 3 scale, it's going to be a third. I want it. I have a dog. But yeah, let me send a note to Leah and see what's kicking around there. There's other options there for things on that equipment list as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just moving forward, we have about 15 minutes left to go through all the projects. So I will move along quickly here. In the protection area, we have the tender truck. There's just a little bit left over for 2025, not so much, as well as for the fire training equipment, which is grant funded as well. We have the fire truck in 2027 and 2028. We're saving up for that. We may need to go to debt by the time we get the full price, a little bit, but we'll have some reserve there for them. We have the critical spare asset management program has been put on hold for 2025 as we focus on some of the other projects. The siphon replacement, I have that's a $2.2 million project. Right now, let me just see. I believe. Currently, I have the siphon replacement as well as the Park Drive lift station, both of those funded by debt, unless we get a grant for either of those. Does council have any questions about those projects?
Let's have some comments. Yeah, that 750 number does not look correct. Just on the pre-design, I think we're at about 2.5 million for that lift station, not 750,000.
Okay.
And that's driven by development. The initial infrastructure study had 750,000, I think, and that was just to replace the hospital lift station that was there.
I know, yeah. So is it 750,000, is that the pre-design number?
The new lift station up at Park Drive that's proposed is 2.5 million.
Okay. Moving forward, we have in the transportation services, we have the annual roads program at $300,000 a year. And we have the riprap replacement at the Clearwater Bridge for $3.5 million. The annual capital roads program is funded by reserves. And the Clearwater River Bridge riprap project is funded by a grant, and we have that grant already approved. We're also requesting a greater attachment for the toolcat in 2027 and some line painting equipment for 2027. Does council have any questions about those capital projects?
I think they're both good ideas because they're, I want to make a t-shirt that says "Save the Swales," because we need to do some roadside grading. And then, yes, we've always had problem with line painting. Anything we can do to speed that up in-house would be fantastic.
Councillor Frizzle?
I'm just thinking about what you said earlier, though. Those look lovely, but you have to be training people and all that kind of stuff. So there's that added cost on that. Is that included in that?
That is the capital portion. This is one of the examples where we've looked at the resources required to operate those pieces of equipment and realized we need to do some more work at making it more beneficial for the District of Clearwater.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Do we have line painting reserved for next year?
Do we have it?
Is it booked?
It is not booked as of yet, no.
When do we do that? Like, I'm just wondering, is if we're looking at 2027 for that, is that something for 2026? Because it does prove to be a challenging element. So is it?
Yeah, I wanted to go out for quotes in the winter here.
Okay, so to keep going for quotes versus actually looking to purchase it earlier, would council have any thought on that or leave it for 2027? Mayor Blackwell?
Yeah, no, sorry, I getting something like that purchased up and running and trained on in 6 months, basically.
No, 2027.
Oh, well, 27 versus 2026.
Well, yeah, 2026, so it's a year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, the sooner the better, I think, if we're gonna take it in-house, if that's what this equipment's for, but that's, yeah.
So with this business case, when we ran the numbers, we need to do more work in, it's all a great idea. We just need to do additional work to make sure that the resources are fully utilized. If we're at a point where I think our public works staff are fully utilized. Mm-hmm. If we were to buy the line painting equipment and they were to take that on, they don't have, this is my understanding, they don't have the space to do that. So now we have to add resources to run that equipment, and that's where it becomes a little bit more expensive. It's not just about the capital portion, it's about the full-on cost of the total project. If working with the director of operations, we can find a model that works and it makes sense, we will bring it to council earlier.
sounds fair.
Okay. And moving for, lastly, between water and, between the water fund, we have some SCADA upgrades, and we have a PRV valve that needs to be updated. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. In 2027. Any questions from council? So that concludes our capital. Moving on to special projects. This is your page 93. Yes, page 93. The first section is your general government section. We have, we're going to continue with our pre-engineering and special studies of about $50,000. In 2025, you only see 20,000 there. That's because the remainder of the 30,000 is in water, because we're going to use it for some water studies. The records management assessment project continues. It's about $35,000. In 2026, we have a climate action plan. In 2026, we have a website renewal, and then we have an asset management plan, or a IT master plan. We've pushed that to 2027. In 2026, you'll see that facilities master plan of $125,000. And we've added the Dunn Lake Road Bridge repair. I've added it to 2029 for $200,000, and that is a estimate. We're doing that right now. I understand we have to do it in another 5 years, and that's about the cost of it. Right now, the Ministry of Highways is helping us with those funds, because it was a short plan. We didn't realize it was coming so quickly, and so we could only afford about $50,000. So we're hoping to save up some money so that we can do that next time. I still feel strongly that we need to do our financial strategies guideline. I will have to make time to do it, make space to do that, because it does support it does document some of our decisions as we make our financial plan. The Yellow Iris program, I feel quite strongly that that is a great program. We just haven't got that going yet. Last year was only 30,000, and this year it's 50,000. We are looking for a grant to help support that program. As well, we are looking at updating the Raft River viewing platform, the design and the plan. And then here you see your Parks and Trails master plan for $125,000. Do you have any questions so far?
Council questions? My question would be, would debt be appropriate to get these master plans up and going?
Typically, debt is associated with capital.
Well, I understand that, but if planning is associated with capital, and the reason I ask is because I personally would like to see that the next council is set up with plans. And does 2026 allow enough time? Or
Yeah, we may not be able to fund it for debt, and it needs some security, right? So a master plan is not a security for debt.
Okay.
We could use reserves, or
Well,
operating reserves.
so to me, it's just a question to council is what do we want to do to set up the next council and the next stage of our planning? And what I've heard today is a strong focus on we need these management plans updated in a variety of areas in our community. So how do we do that and plan forward so that we've got something to pass over to the next council?
Is that a question
Yes,
to council?
Mr. Johnson. Well,
Well, it's more of a staff question, really.
Yeah.
What you need is, you need an overview of what do we have in the asset management plan bag? What do we need in the bag? And what are the priorities? And what's our capacity to get it done? So what you want is a report. You want a report saying which asset management plans are number 1, 2, and 3. When are they funded? When are we going to be bringing that? That's one of the items that we should be doing before the next strategic plan update of council, so that you can see where it's going to fit in for the next year. And asset management plans aren't easy. They take a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of financial capacity. So our ability to do 5 master plans in a year isn't there, right? So what we have to do is come to you and say, here's what we can do this year, and here's the management plan that has to come to the top. So there's a report that's needed to come forward to council to give you direction, or to give you information so you can give us direction to make sure that that happens before the next council. So that would be appropriate for motion.
Would anybody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Seconded? Seconded by Councillor Frizzle. Any discussion on that?
I think it's a great idea. I think we're floundering looking for answers here, and that's needs to be prioritize what we're going to do for asset management plans to feed into the master plan. That's what we need to do.
And we need to be able to stage it, because what I'm seeing here is we've got 2 in 1 year, but what we've just heard is that could be too much. So then we punt it down the road again. In my overview of what we've heard today is that this is the year where we get our ducks in a row. And that includes our financial stability, that includes our tax structure, that includes the direction that we are going to put out. And for the first year, having a 5-year financial plan that we actually follow through on.
Yeah.
And it's really important. We can have all of these asset management plans, but you have to have the master plan of plans, which says, here are our priorities and here are all the pieces that fit together. And typically what I've seen happen before is that folds into your OCP, so that you can see what happens in 2025, what assets need to be looked at, what needs to be done in 2026. So you're not picking up, on somebody's desk, Parks and Rec master plan, the other one, you got the stormwater management plan. It needs to be in one area, and it needs to be posted on our website so that the public is aware of when are these assets coming up and when do we have to deal with them, so that we've got a financial plan that deals with it. Because right now it's chaotic, right? You're looking at, do we do siding on Centennial or do we do a roof at here? Because you don't know where the priorities are. This is just based on what we're recommending to you based on the information that we have, but it might not be our number one priority.
Or it might be Dunn Lake Road.
Right. Okay. So I think we do need to adjourn this for the moment. So if you want to take over from here, Mayor Blackwell.
You can motion to adjourn. Well, we're pretty
Motion to move into in camera.
much. We're pretty much at the end of this, anyways.
Oh, I don't think so.
Are we not?
We
Which
are
which
pretty,
special project summary are we at?
we're close, and we still should talk about communication.
Right.
So
So
probably 15 minutes, I would think. We can come back in to committee of the whole.
15 minutes now or 15 minutes?
well, I think
after
there's
we're
an
done the
appointment at
meeting?
1 p.m.
There is.
Yeah. Okay. So we're
We'll try and end that 15 minutes early.
Yeah. Okay. So let's we'll just adjourn this for now
And come back.
and come back to it. Okay.
Where are you meeting? Back or here?
Here. I'm assuming here or in the back.
We can do it in the back as well.
If it's easier, let's do it in the back. I think that's more secure. Okay. Are we doing lunch or are we not doing lunch? Okay. Thank you.
Stand by.
mic's not on. There we go. I call to order the District of Clearwater regular council meeting for Tuesday, October 15th at 2 o'clock. I would like to begin by acknowledging we are gathered together today on the traditional land of the Simpcw people who have been caretakers of this land since time immemorial. Are there any late items we'd like to add to the agenda?
Your worship, one late item, item 7.3, just a presentation from True Engineering regarding items 17.1.
Okay. Re 17.1, thank you. And I think we're gonna go into, back into committee of the whole after, this is a motion, if that works.
No,
No,
after.
we'll go after we've completed the business of the regular meeting. So before in camera and after correspondence information. Okay. There is one late item, so you get an adoption of the agenda with the late item. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bratton, seconded by Councillor Matheson. All those in favor? And that's approved. Are there any declared conflicts of interest or pecuniary interest that anybody would like to state? Councillor Sim.
I'll step out for 7.2.
Okay, thank you. Any further? It's just a presentation. Maybe we can get a little guidance on that one because I don't think we'll make quorum if we step out on the BC Transit one. It's the BC Transit presentation versus the YCS presentation on transit. So
Yes, your worship, that's correct. This presentation is information only. There's no decision being made here.
okay,
And it's not about the contract per se, this is about BC Transit and
Delivery
the
of
service.
okay, okay. Thank you. So we're good on that one. Thank you. So that moves us along to delegations. We have Elise Wren, and I believe, do you have somebody else here from BC Transit as well? Oh, online. There we go. And I think our audio is functioning this time, and everything else is working. So, knock on wood. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, fire away.
Sure. So, are you willing to share slides for me? Perfect. Oh, that's not the right presentation. Yeah. It should be labeled October 1st, as I was supposed to be there then. I can also quickly email it to you, should you need.
Donald Trump had some great stuff at his rally last night.
That was his rally. It's an impromptu concert.
We're just doing with technical right now. Just 2 seconds here.
Okay, Alison, so I'm just emailing it to you now. Awesome, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'm very happy to be here in person as well. We can go to our first slide. So my name is Elise Wren. I'm the Manager of Government Relations for BC Transit, and I'm responsible for the Thompson and the Kootenay regions. What this means is I'm the first point of contact for staff and the mayor as well to BC Transit. Because we are a large organization, I kind of act like a concierge to get you the answers that you need and to identify anything that needs any risk management, either reputational risks to BC Transit, to the District of Clearwater, or else our operating company as well. So next slide. So this is our partnership model just to remind you. So BC Transit coordinates service delivery by working closely with local governments. We have 58 plus local governments that we work with across the province. Our local operators and the provincial government all work together to provide BC Transit service for you. And next slide. And this is a reminder that although BC Transit provides support and expertise in planning and scheduling of transit systems, it is the role of local government to set your fare prices, set your service levels and routes, and also your municipal budget. We subcontract the operations of our transit systems to a third-party operating company who's responsible for delivering the on-the-ground transit service and managing all administration, overhead, and customer service to BC Transit service standards. And our next slide. This is a reminder of our funding model. So in terms of funding, we have two main formulas. It's a cost share formula. So local government keeps 100% of revenues and advertising revenue, and then the balance of the municipal share is made up of local property taxes. So you'll see two models there. You'll see one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left is a conventional transit system. The one on the right is a custom transit system. So this represents HandyDART. And these are the provincial share splits for each of these scenarios. Now, Clearwater is representative of a paratransit system, which falls somewhere in the middle. You're a blend of the two, fixed route and custom. So the provincial funding model is 41.31% as your municipal share, and 58.69% is covered by the province of BC. Next slide. So ridership, how has Clearwater been doing, especially since post-pandemic? So the column on the far right represents, the far left represents your 2019 ridership. And you'll see you'll see the dip from COVID, and then you'll see a slow progression back up to ridership levels. So this past year showed 7,120 rides in 23-24 versus approximately 7,500 rides in 2019 and 20. So you're almost there in your COVID recovery. This trend that we're seeing matches what we're seeing in the rest of the province, no matter the size of the transit system, and it represents a steady return to transit. If you think about how your own life has changed post-COVID, perhaps you can work from home sometimes, or you shop on the internet, or have a doctor's appointment through telehealth. More things can be done from home. This return to transit here and across the province demonstrates a strong need for this public service, even though our daily lives may have changed. So next slide. So into the meat of the presentation. So really, I'm here to talk about our proposed operational changes, what we've proposed, why we proposed them. I'm definitely not here to convince you of anything, just to let you know our what and why, and then the need for further conversation. So BC Transit has been grouping operational contracts based on regions for over a decade now. What's important to note is that the Thompson-Nicola region is the last region to go through this process in the province. So the purpose of this is to maximize the long-term value for transit for local government partners and taxpayers and enhance efficiencies and effectiveness. The goal of grouping operating contracts is long-term strategy of sustainability with a goal to improve safety, reliability, customer service, and efficiency for our riders. So benefits of this include improvements to management oversight, consistent standards in training and service delivery, the use of a combined operator resources to support multiple transit systems, and maintenance oversight of just one fleet instead of 4 fleets. What's important to note is that BC Transit's operational standards have changed over the last 2 years. We now have higher expectations of our operating partners under a new transit management service agreement that meets the demands of the increasing transit industry standards for safety. Increased technology also in our transit operations, including the NextRide software, means that the complexity of our daily operations has increased greatly. We require this technology to have near perfect uptime for our operations team to accurately communicate in real time to customers, and for the technology to accurately report all on-road information and performance. A centralized oversight and full-time staff is key to meeting these expectations. Part of the request for proposal process is communicating the changes in increased operational and technological standards and making sure that our operating partners can adhere to these standards. Where financial investments required, it's done to meet these objectives. Next slide. So here's what happened over the last few months. So in May of this year, I met individually with staff from each Kamloops, Merritt, Ashcroft, and Clearwater to inform that BC Transit plans to group the operational contracts for each of these communities and go through a request for proposal process this fall of 2024. The presentation was met immediately with concerns from our local government partners. In June, the mayors met with Minister Fleming to share concerns, and in July, they sent a letter to the minister outlining our concerns. In July, BC Transit deferred the RFP to late 2025, allowing for a more comprehensive discussion with our funding partners. In July, I gave a presentation to the Thompson-Nicola Regional District, the TNRD board, which includes the mayors of Clearwater, Ashcroft, and Merritt, where these concerns were discussed. In August and September, I had 2 opportunities to have discussions with Ashcroft, Clinton, and Cache Creek. One of those was in person. And in September, I traveled to Merritt to speak in person with Mayor Getz. And also in September, I was able to speak with Mayor Blackwell at the UBCM conference. October, I spoke to the City of Merritt and delivered a presentation to them last week. And I've also extended the opportunity to speak to the villages of Ashcroft, Clinton, and Cache Creek, should they wish. Next slide. So what we learned. I'm coming to you today with the lesson learned that we definitely should have done things differently. BC Transit approached this as informing about the change. As a result, concerns were raised by our local government partners, concerns for employment, concerns for rising cost of transit, concerns that regionalization would be the same as recent regionalization that communities may have had with fire or health, and comparing those processes. And I regret using the term regionalization because this is not that. And then also concern that the local government wasn't consulted about this business decision, and that BC Transit does not travel to the Thompson region or understand the needs of our communities there. So we accept this feedback that consultation and communication with our local government partners was poorly timed and should have occurred. It was always our intention to have this type of engagement with each of our local government partners, but the timing did not allow for proper consultation, and we hope to correct that now and to repair any harm to our relationship that may have resulted. Discussion with our local government partners is a key step in understanding any concerns with BC Transit's planned contracting strategy and in obtaining local government partner alignment. So next slide. So our next steps. I've now had an opportunity to speak with Mayor Blackwell, Mayor Roden from Ashcroft, and Mayor Getz from Merritt. With these consultations, I now have a better understanding of the concerns raised and some misconceptions that may have been exposed through discussion. So our first box there, will local transit operators keep their jobs? So it's important to remember that all unionized employees currently working in these transit systems are offered comparable roles with a future successful proponent. And then where non-union employees are providing services, BC Transit's expectation is that first consideration is given to the current employees where positions exist. And I'm saying this referencing what we've done over the last decade. The day-to-day operations of bus service remains local to each community, with bus drivers living in the community and buses housed locally, as is the current practice. So will local jobs be taken by the central operator in Kamloops? That's not our intention. And the operational grouping means that management of drivers and buses and any larger bus maintenance will be centralized in one location with one company overseeing the operations. Will local government funding change or decision-making change? I heard this a lot. Local government partners continue to determine what transit service levels are what's required for their communities. Operating companies just deliver the transit service determined by the local government partners. Local government also retains their own annual operating agreement. So District of Clearwater would be different from City of Kamloops, would be different from City of Merritt, different from villages of Ashcroft, Clinton, and Cache Creek, as it is now. The only change is being made is who is operating the service. Our rationale for this strategy that has been employed across the province by grouping them together, we attract competition from professional operating companies who can offer the service that meet the increasing technology needs and standards for safety. And then finally, BC Transit's local connection to the local community. Do we understand you? So we see the region that encompasses the TNRD as important as any other in our province. BC Transit has planners, schedulers, fleet inspectors, safety and training teams, a regional finance manager, a regional operations manager, and a government relations manager. We all work in regional operations, which means that we are a Thompson-Kootenay focused team. So we don't work Victoria, we don't work anywhere else, even though we live there, but our focus is on Thompson-Kootenays. So this group meets regularly to review issues and opportunities that can improve services for your area, and all of our work is focused in the TNRD and the Kootenays. We have members of the team, the Thompson-Kootenay team, coming in and out of the TNRD region every few weeks. We regularly meet with staff on both municipal partner side and the operations side to support our understanding of your needs. And the next slide. So what are our next steps? BC Transit has adjusted timelines for the public procurement process. At present, the process is planned to occur in late 2025, allowing time for comprehensive engagement with local government partners, as we're doing now. Delaying the procurement process for the operating contract gives BC Transit time to conduct comprehensive engagement to ensure that the local context and interests are being represented. Local government is encouraged to request meetings with BC Transit should concerns continue. I'm happy to connect you with the key members of our organization to get your questions answered and to continue the dialogue. And last slide is questions. I do have with me Mr. Grant Brills. He's manager of contracted operations for any more contract-focused questions.
Annie, thank you for your presentation. Questions from council? Who's going first?
I don't know.
Councillor Sim seems to be ready first.
So I just need some clarification on what the new grouping will be.
So the grouping is intended to be Kamloops, Merritt, Clearwater, and then Clinton, Cache Creek, and Ashcroft. Those villages operate under one annual operating agreement where Ashcroft is the leader of that, but they're all grouped together.
And so Clearwater is with Kamloops and Merritt, did I hear you say?
Yes.
And so just a supplemental of that is what would be the rationale of that as opposed to the other smaller communities?
I need to defer to Mr. Grant Brills. Oh. Oh, still muted.
Still trying to get you unmuted from our end. Sorry about that.
So just while that works on, I guess that the next question is I think what I heard you say is that the total focus will be on the Kootenays and the TNRD region, even though you live in Victoria. Is that what I? Maybe
Sorry.
clarification on that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I created any confusion there. So I'm just highlighting that we have a regional team that looks after your transit, and our regional team happens to the distribution of that regional team is Thompson and Kootenays. So we are dedicated to serving all the transit systems that are in the Thompson region and the Kootenays region.
And those operations are done out of the TNRD? Like that's like if somebody from the district were to call somebody about something, they would reach them in either the TNRD region or the Kootenay region? Or where is that managed from?
Do you mean, well, in our terms of our partnership with BC Transit and these local regions, anything BC Transit related would come, we live and work in Victoria.
I guess where I'm going with that is sometimes my experience has been is that when operations are viewed from afar, is that they don't have a local context. And so the translation is lost. And because the lived experience isn't something that's relatable, and it just doesn't seem to make sense. So the more kilometers that are put between the person who can possibly answer it and the community that's having the challenge, it's not always gone well.
Yeah, and I hear that in sort of the regionalization conversation. What we would be looking for is regionalizing through the larger hub of Kamloops. So operator would happen from there, but the intent is that operators who are driving your buses still live in your community and are still the voice of your community.
Do we have sound yet? Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you. Go ahead with what was the question? Can you just restate the question, Councillor Sim, if you
It
can
was really about
paraphrase?
the contracting, and so it was deferred to you.
Okay, if you could please restate the question for me.
Yeah, no, I
please.
just have to remember it, but it was a good one.
I believe it was the grouping of the contract.
Yeah, it was the grouping of the contracts and why would Clearwater fall under Kamloops as opposed to with similar community in size and makeup?
So part of it is the natural travel patterns of the services. So you do provide service that will end up in Kamloops, which in some cases will allow us to support the buses that are centralized in Clearwater better, right? So if the maintenance program is run from Kamloops, having those buses come into Kamloops because of the natural travel pattern, it does allow that part of the system to be managed, as well as if there are, say, a senior leader within the organization that are, managing the drivers, they would be able to have opportunity to speak with those drivers as well.
So supplemental, and this could be under consultation, so I'm happy to pull back. So I'll look to your.
No, if you have a second question.
I
or
do.
something.
What I don't quite follow is the fact that there's operations within Clearwater that's 5 days a week, and it's only a 2-day a week currently going to Kamloops. And I'm guessing that the other services would also have routes that go to Kamloops. So it seems to me that Kamloops could be a hub for maintenance, but I'm still unclear about why it would fall under the Kamloops merit as a larger city center when we actually have more in common with those smaller areas. And to that, there would be the concern that because that we do have a unique local context, that the amalgamation into a larger city center is the experience has been we get lost and forgotten. Whereas being grouped with our like-sized communities, there's a greater sense of autonomy.
So certainly to be able to utilize expertise like someone who is a maintenance lead that would be out of Kamloops, that would certainly ensure better management of the buses. So it's not necessarily that all those aspects have to be located in Kamloops. There are certain potentially key ones that could be to support the system in Clearwater.
Thank you. Further questions? I have a couple. Are there any municipalities that actually operate as their own contractor for transit?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give an example of one or two of those?
One of those up north is the town of Smithers.
Okay. Okay. And then the second question, based on the RFP that you're putting out there, do you have any estimates on the implications of financial impact for our groups? Because right now, we're operating with a nonprofit and we're going to a profit. You've heard that, so.
Yes, absolutely heard and understand. I understand it would be a financial change for District of Clearwater. So I will let Mr. Brills elaborate further, but typically with this type of process, with an RFP process, we will see between a 20 to 30% lift in transit services.
Lift in cost of transit services or service provided? Sorry, clarify that.
Cost.
20 to 30%. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brills, did you want to add to that?
Certainly, and I think one of the important pieces is that the funding for your current transit system does not necessarily include all of those higher expectations that Elise was alluding to. So within our processes, we are increasing our standards. We are expecting our operating partners to adhere to those standards. And those are all related to safety and consistency for transit across the province. So there are some costs that are related to that are part of that 20 to 30% increase that you might see. And again, because we're going to a competitive process, we are looking to get the best financial deal we can for each of the communities that are part of the RFP.
Thank you. Okay. I see a couple council members trying to formulate a question. This one's sort of a combination for staff and maybe yourself. The area reps for the TNRD up and down the valley that are also in this area are sort of question the fact that they're not generally involved in the process. Is it feasible or is it possible to share the contract with them so they can analyze the contract on their own? Can they be consulted in some way or submit consultation? And I know it's a contract with the District of Clearwater, so it's also a question, is that appropriate that the District of Clearwater share contract details with regional district members, maybe through their organization?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy
go
to
ahead.
speak to that. The TNRD acts as a community transit partnership agreement. So CPTA, I'm going to spit some acronyms at you. You have an AOA, which is your annual operating agreement, which is your contract with BC Transit. And then you have a CPTA, so this agreement with the TNRD that they will fund your transit system through the area directors. So they are an arm's length from BC Transit, but connected to you as a District of Clearwater. So they are identified in your annual operating agreement as a partner of you, but they are not directly a partner of BC Transit. So that being said, you may wish to consult with them. You may wish to ask us to consult with them. We wouldn't automatically go and do that, but should you wish, we could do that.
Yeah, no, I'm getting basically that ask right now. So, yeah, we're going to have to think about that. Councillors, did any other councillors have questions? Councillor Sim?
Just in terms of the benefits that you've got cited in the presentation, better oversight, use of combined operator resources, maintenance of one fleet can meet increased operational technological standards, technology maintenance, and meet increasing rider expectations. Those all sound very urban. We're just really happy with service. And I say that quite sincerely, is because when you see that when Greyhound left us, and when you see the fact that the service on the Tuesdays and Thursdays is highly subscribed and not is our only way, these are more than what a small town needs, given the fact that we have been set so adrift by the transportation. And we've had great service. And unless there's data that shows otherwise, I'm just betwixt as to why this would work for an increased cost.
That's a question that the EA directors have as well, is 20 to 30% increased costs and basically no change in service.
Does that make sense?
You know, the benefits are all at BC Transit's end. They're not at our end. They're not, doesn't serve. And, you know, with taxation in Clearwater and Director of Finance, Klassen can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that $33,000 is 1% of tax point. You know, what are we talking about in actual dollars versus, you know, we won't know that until the bid comes down. But if we were to base it on right now what we're paying for transit with a 20 to 30% increase, I'm quite sure that would be quite a few tax points. Okay, any further questions? If not, thank you for your presentation, and we will probably feed more feedback through to you.
Yes,
through,
I
written
would appreciate
questions. It's a
that.
lot to take in at this meeting. Thank you for your
Yes,
time.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Doug Borrow, Borrow Enterprises, and I'm reminded, Councillor Sim, that you're supposed to declare why you're leaving, but thanks. Yeah, so many reasons. Come on up, Mr. Borrow, and is Mr. Bazima coming up with you as well, or not?
Okay, we'll hand out part of our presentation here so you can follow along, and if you have any questions.
Excuse me, Ernst, there's presentation material wasn't on the agenda. You can't hand anything at the council.
So I just speak? Okay.
Materials for the agenda would have been due Tuesday last week.
I called and asked you, but whatever. Okay. Thanks for asking me to do a presentation here. I know there's seems to be a lot of confusion out there, and we are getting into the 11th hour here. Okay, well, since you can't see half my stuff, I'll explain a bit what we've been going through. So there was an RFP proposal put out. We did the we followed your request, what you were asking for. So your 3-year contract with 2 1-year extensions came to $799,000. Our proposal was a 5-year contract at a price of $769,000 with a $30,000 savings due to some innovations we had and stuff we seen in the request that was a waste of money. We also had in there an option for the 5-year plus 2 1-year extensions with total savings over 7 years of $260,000. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. Okay, in the October council meeting, it says in the staff report there was some misunderstanding. I just want to know when I'm understanding the contract and what is proposed. So, yes. So what's included in the RFP request is winter road patrols, monitoring, reporting every 24 hours, every 4 hours during snowfall, winter snow and ice removal, snow and ice control, sanding, all that stuff. And it depends, because there's such a mix up here in the contract which part you want to accept. There's summer road patrols is included in the $769,000, which includes the litter pickup that was asked to be done every 6 months is included in that. The following is in the contract, but directed by the district, and I feel we should maybe have some direction on it, is gravel road grading. The priority ones in the RFP are asking for 6 times per year. I feel this is not enough for Dunn Lake Road for the condition that it's in. We have another priority 1 on there that I disagree, it should not be there, it's a waste of money to do it 6 times. Depending again on which proposal you take, the 3-year or the 5-year, there's calcium on the roads, is once a year for $769,000 with our innovations and a 5-year. But if you just take what you requested in the proposal, would cost you $799 with no saving, and we'd put calcium on 2 times a year. To me, it's a waste. I can reactivate calcium and it's my cost. It's not an extra to the district. Roadside mowing is in the contract to be done twice a year. What else do we have here? What's not included in the contract would be all-season debris removal, temporary line marking, washout, much of that. Shoulder maintenance is not in the contract, but I feel that should be, it needs to be addressed. It's a safety concern for pedestrians and for public. Sweeping is not in the contract. Drainage appliance maintenance is not in the contract, neither is culvert maintenance. We have a lot of appliances that are a year old and they're no good now because of lack of maintenance. What else is not in the contract is pothole filling, sign maintenance, sweeping, and sidewalk maintenance. That is done by the District of Clearwater. Yeah, if you can't see our presentation, and a lot of it's not going to make sense. Back to my grading of Dunn Lake Road. In the contract, it wants graded 6 times a year. You can't remove 4 to 8 inch potholes all the time in 6 gradings. It's just physically impossible. What else do we have? Okay, is there, the rest of my stuff won't make sense to you unless you have something in front of you to see. So, yeah, is there some clarification I can do with the request that's not clear?
Yeah, sure. Questions of council of Mr. Borrow so far? Before I go ahead, Councillor.
Just a quick question. You're saying that 6 times on Dunn Lake Road is not enough.
No.
What do you think is?
It depends on the weather, on the rain, on the traffic. You could get away with maybe 4, you could get away with 10. It's weather dependent. There's a lot of factors to
So you
that.
can't base it on a certain number. It
No.
depends on weather or whatever happens.
So a question to Mr. Carmichael. I know we've done this in the past and it was different versions of your contract over time. Can we just pay for extra above and beyond
We do. We
on
would
an
pay
incident basis or on an occurrence basis? So if we have a really wet year, we can do that. This is essentially how your snow plowing, that was the agreement the original snow plowing contract was based on a number of plows per year and it didn't really work. So
Yeah, that's when we came to you because it was not
Yeah.
cost effective. And,
Yeah.
And we changed it so that it was more beneficial to the district.
Yeah.
It was a huge savings.
Okay. Further questions? Not seeing any. Yeah, I mean, the council is absolutely willing to sign the $799,000 contract as originally stated in the RFP. Anytime you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. There are some concerns with a longer term contract for 7 years. But yeah, I mean, if you want to go with the RFP as presented, what you
So you
submitted-
want to do 3, I'm correct in saying you want to do 3 years at $30,000 more per year?
Yep. We'd be willing to sign that contract because that's the RFP we put out, and it's the RFP we put out to all potential bidders. So now we're evolving into something that is not apples to apples to what we put out into the world to attract other bidders. And we had other bidders, so.
In all fairness, it's an RFP, request for proposal.
Yep.
With innovations for
Yep.
savings. So
Yep.
just as long as you're clear on that.
Yep, we're clear on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 17.1. We have True Consulting in the building coming up. Yeah, you can go get Councillor Sim back in. So it's 17, item 17.1, but we're doing it as a presentation at 7.3. Sorry, we're just bringing Councillor Sim back in.
City of Kamloops?
I've seen that effect at the circus. Waiting for a slide presentation to come up, or? Yeah, okay, shortly. Are we transferring it from the device? Is that what's taking the time?
We're doing an email, yeah.
Okay.
Come through? Okay.
I hate technology.
Your worship?
If you want to just start.
Okay, yeah, I can get started.
explaining, then
They have
we'll
the
find
file
the
now, so it'll
presentation.
come up.
Thank you for your patience.
So, Your Worship, thank you for having me this afternoon. Councillors, thank you for your patience as we flip through and play a little catch up. I guess we're 2 for 2 on the slideshows this afternoon. So this afternoon, what we're here to do is speak to the technical appendix that is in your agenda package at the back end. part of your thick package. We're responsible for some of that, so well, I'm sorry or thank you, one of the two.
Following along at home, that's item 17.1, starting on pages 85 to 134 in your package.
The presentation that we'll go through on the screen, we're not going to go page by page. We're going to highlight some certain elements of it, so we'll try to condense it. It's a fairly deep document in terms of the technical elements and the calculations. So, as some of you may recall, I was before you a month ago giving you an initial discussion on the development cost charges, the bylaw that we brought forward 2 years ago, and the fact that we had to make some additional updates, costs of projects. Some projects have been completed, some needed to be added, and so we're sort of starting from scratch, if you will, with regards to this new version of the DCC bylaw and the technical appendix you have in front of you. Skip a few slides, please.
It's
Some
now
of the
sorry, just for council that's staring at their screens, it's now up online.
Some of the earlier slides you would have seen before, so I'm not going to spend too much time on these initial slides. I think most of you, either from 2 years ago or even from my presentation last month, have an understanding of what the DCCs, how they work and how they capture funds to handle growth. As you see on the screen before you, we have 6 categories now. There used to be 5. The new legislation through the province this past fall brought forward fire protection, police, solid waste, and recycling now as an option to collect on DCCs. The district's not there yet, but I imagine in years to come that'll be another component that'll be added. So for the purposes of the technical appendix and the ultimate DCC bylaw, we'll be dealing with and speaking to transportation infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, water infrastructure, and parkland acquisition and improvements. Next slide, please. As you can see, there's a number of elements that you cannot use DCCs for. So just for local road and utility servicing, we cannot use DCCs for that. General operation and maintenance of basic municipal infrastructure or parkland, you cannot use DCCs towards that. And there's others that are listed, but just gives you a quick idea of what you can and can't use it for. Next slide, please. I won't touch on this. There's 7 steps that we follow when we're preparing DCC bylaws for municipalities, and they typically go in that order, where we start from estimating the growth and we work on projections, to figuring out the actual capital costs for the different projects, to bringing forward the rates to both the community and stakeholders, being typically the development industry, and then ultimately the council to decide on what that bylaw form should take. Next slide, please. In the case of Clearwater, we use a revolving program basis, and that's what's been in the previous DCC bylaws. It makes sense to continue to use that formula as opposed to rely on the information that may or may not be within the official community plan. Next slide, please. One of the elements that did change over the last couple of years is the population projection. We had come in, I believe it was at 1% 2 years ago. However, the BC Stats numbers are showing that there is a bit stronger growth going on with the District of Clearwater over the last couple of years, and as it played out over the past 5 years in this case now. So with that, we were looking at a 1.7% average annual growth over the last 5 years, so it was pretty healthy for the district. That being the case, we weren't comfortable using 1% growth rate moving forward over the next 10-year horizon. We felt that a 1.5 might be a bit more of an accurate capture. What that did is that bumped the population projected growth over the 10 years from what was, I think it was 262 in the bylaw we had brought forward a couple of years ago, and resulted in a 424 now, so almost a doubling of population over a 10-year period. We also adjusted our commercial, industrial, and institutional numbers slightly from what was in the bylaw the previous years. I'm not going to get into how we determine the benefit allocation too much. It's in the slides. We do talk about a technical appendix, and we're happy to answer questions on it if you like. But there's a bunch of factors that come into play when we're trying to determine whether or not we're using 13.8% or 9.5%, which was the case in the last bylaw. And then in the case for sewers, we have an additional component because it's a different calculation dealing with a different grouping. We're looking at a larger number. Next slide, please. So recognizing that we're looking at a new DCC bylaw, the previous one we had, the council had made a decision to change the municipal assist factor in the cases of water. Council may choose to do that again in this bylaw that comes before them, but for the purposes of this exercise for now, we're assuming everything is based on a 1% assist factor, and we would then take council's direction on whether that needs to be adjusted or not.
Could you just define assist factor again, please?
So the municipal assist factors are essentially the mechanism that the municipality can use to help, for lack of a better word, soften the cost that would be passed on to the developers when they're coming forward. What that means is the municipality takes on some of the burden of that and puts it on to ultimately spreads it out over the taxpayer base, as opposed to having a developer be on the hook, if you will, for the larger amount. So in some cases, municipalities will adjust that assist factor to make themselves maybe more competitive or attractive than compared to other municipalities or the general area. So, in terms of the district, when it comes time to collect the DCCs, in most cases it's fairly straightforward. In cases of commercial, industrial, and institutional, we're collected a building permit because that's when we know what we're dealing with in terms of gross floor area. When we're dealing with single family or duplex development, it's pretty straightforward at subdivision because we know what the approval is for how many lots. So then it's based on that, and that allows us, being the municipality, to collect those DCCs at an earlier stage and not have it go to the back end, which is the building permit stage. We do have some wording in here with regards to manufactured homes and multifamily. And so there's some sensitivities to how they play out depending on the types of development. So in the case of manufactured homes, the suggestion is to collect at a time of subdivision. There may be instances where we don't have that information on how many pads, if you will, are going to be factored in. So what we're suggesting in the technical appendix is we do know the density, because the zoning indicates the density is 17 units per hectare, if I'm not mistaken. And so the suggestion would be is that when at time of subdivision, the developer would be asked to pay a number on whatever number they're bringing forward, or the higher amount if need be, if they can't explain or justify or provide confirmation of what their ultimate number will be. And if by chance the number is higher that we collect than was actually built out, the suggestion would be is that the developer would come back to the municipality and ask for that rebate, refund, if you will, on the units that were, lots that were overcharged, if you will. And so everything works out in the end. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for context, your current DCC bylaw has the rates set as you see on the screen before you. What we're going to do is when we go through a bunch of this, I'm going to refer to the low density residential sort of set of numbers more frequently, because it's sort of a really good basis to compare against, as opposed to comparing against the other five categories for a total of 6 being medium, high density residential, commercial, industrial, institutional. So I'll speak to the low density residential and then use that as a comparison across the board. As noted, the district doesn't collect DCCs for storm drainage, so you won't see a category for that. And again, the fire, the police, the solid waste isn't factored in at this point in time yet. Some municipalities are scrambling, trying to get their numbers figured out to capture that. Others know what's coming. They're just not in the position to do it. And that's the case we find ourselves with Clearwater right now. In terms of reserves, so as of October of this year, the current reserves that are in accounts right now that have been collected over the years for water are listed out there. We'll take those reserve numbers into consideration in the tables that we'll go through here in a little bit, and that helps offset some of the amounts that are being collected. Next slide, please. So getting into the heart of the spreadsheets and the information, we're going to go into water projects first. So what you have before you is 6 water projects that have been laid out for the municipality to go through over the next number of years within a 10-year horizon. The costs are situated there. If you were to compare the previous bylaw with this bylaw, you'll note that the costs obviously have gone up to reflect the increase in construction costs, etc. So that has been factored in. You'll see that municipal assist factor down there at 17.9. It's at 1%. You'll see that across the board on all of these for this exercise. And then we'll talk about some scenarios at the end of the presentation if you'd like to. And then the total equivalent population for new development, you'll see that fluctuates depending on the projects or the discipline we're working on, be it water, be it roads, be it parks. but in this case, it's 484. That takes into account the numbers for the population growth anticipated, plus some of the commercial, institutional, and industrial activity, which adds some of those population numbers because people will be taking use or requiring that infrastructure in part for those types of developments. Next slide, please. So those 6 projects that were listed on the spreadsheet, we have them laid out throughout on the map throughout the community. And so you can see where they're positioned. And you can see the orange line that kind of goes around. Yes, it doesn't represent the district boundaries, but it represents the area that's expected to be captured within water infrastructure projects in the future. So it's referred to as what's called an area-specific catchment area as opposed to municipal-wide, which in the case of roads and parks, we apply the municipal-wide criteria. In the case of water and sanitary, we apply the area-specific. Next slide, please. Moving on to sanitary projects. This one's going to be slightly different. We've taken a different approach on this one in the sense that S1 and S3, as it's being referred to as, is again a very area specific, so it doesn't represent all of the district, but a portion of it, and we'll see a map here in a minute that'll illustrate that. But we're also going to introduce an S2 category, which is a very, very specific area, and that has a different set of numbers completely on that one. As you'll see, the percentage of DCC recoverable in this scenario is 21.8%. We'll be looking at a different number here in a second when we go to the S2, which is 100%. So next slide, please. So this is the S2. It's the Park Drive lift station. That represents an estimated cost of $2 million, and the expectation is it'll be 100% DCC recoverable. So what that means is the ask is that the developers be entirely asked to cover the cost entirely. There's still a 1% municipal assist factor in there. So if council decided they want to in some way help the developers or developer, however that plays out, with that, then they could change the municipal assist factor and soften that charge. Next slide, please. So the S2 is the area highlighted in green. So we'll start there first. You'll see the S2 in green. So if you're proposing a development in the S2 zone, the green zone, you will be asked to pay for the S1, the S2, and the S3 charges. If you are outside the green but in the pink zone that's on the map, you will be asked to pay for the S1 and the S3 charges. Next slide, please. We then move on to the road projects, of which there are 4. In that case, similar to water, it's a 13.8% DCC recoverable. Again, the municipal assist factors set at 1%.
Sorry, just quickly a question on the Robson Street and Norfolk Road. Norfolk, I understand because there's going to be, as stated in the package, there's going to be need to widen and improve. What is the rationale with Robson Street as an existing road that doesn't seem to have any new development on it?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. On the technical issues, on questions, I will defer to Chris Crowell. He's our engineer of record for the municipality, and he can speak to it.
Yeah, real quick, if you don't mind. Sorry, just it's in my brain.
Yep, no problem. Good afternoon, everybody. So the Robson Street is to take it to an urban standard. That's basically to modernize it and upgrade it to an urban standard.
Okay, so it's a set future if development or renewal happens there that we would collect DCCs on. It's on the project list, but it's not necessarily going to happen unless there's some form of new development there.
No, so most of these roads ones, so Robson, for example, it would improve the traffic function and connectivity.
Yeah.
Robson, as you know, some people go up to the roundabout and come across, some people cross the highway, and it's that general collection. In a lot of places, you'll see arterial roads or collector roads in other municipalities be DCC funded.
Okay.
It's no different than this. Is the connection, the improvement of that connection is area wide. A portion of that upgrade would be the development responsibility. That's why it's only 13.8% DCC funded.
Okay.
Existing population picks up the tab on the first 86%.
Okay, yeah, so
That makes
just
sense?
out of general taxation, the improvements.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Because we are seeing at the end of that road, we do have the YCS project. We do, and you know, the other ones like Myrtle Crescent Connection is the actual construction of.
That's a new construction.
Yeah.
The Robson one is a re and re. Norfolk is a re and re. So some of these are new, some of them are upgrades or improvements.
Yeah.
The idea being across the board is there's a benefit to new development that's going to happen, but the existing population benefits from that as well. So you try and be fair to the general taxpayer
Right.
as well as the development community.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So moving on to the road, from the roads, we'll move on to the map. Excuse me, we'll do the map first. That would be helpful. So if we can go to the next slide. And the 4 projects that were denoted on the spreadsheet are highlighted on the map you have. So see the Norfolk Road improvements, Robson, Myrtle. And then in terms of the last category we're looking at the parks projects. So in terms of the parks projects, there's 5 of them. Again, the costs for the different projects have been revised to reflect the current costs. The 13.8% is still in play as it was with water and roads. And the municipal assist factor is 1%. In this case, the numbers are significantly lower than as can be expected compared to roads and water. So the municipal assist factor is fairly low. But then so is the DCC recoverable at $97. And we'll go to the map for the parks projects. A little tough to see on the screen, maybe a little easier in your technical appendix, hopefully. And it just lays out the 5 projects. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is the end result based on a 1% calculation across the board for the various projects. And this one, keep in mind, does not include the S2 project, which is the Park Drive lift station. So you would look at, in the case of, the costs related to water, sanitary, roads, parks all combined, we're looking at total project costs of just over 25 million. The developer contributions expectation is about 5.5, and so the district responsibilities and through grants, what have you, comes in around 20 million. Next slide, please. The spreadsheet here is, first off, it's the existing. So the bottom spreadsheet table is existing DCC. So this is what developers are asked to pay for now. And based on the new information of the new numbers and the 1% across the board, the top table is a reflection of what the fees would be expected now. Keeping in mind your DCC bylaws is fairly old, so you're going to see a bit of an adjustment in costs because of just time and cost in general going up over the last 10, 15 years. So for low density residential, again, which is what we used as a bit of a comparison across the board, you're seeing a jump from 7,200 up to 19,000 to capture the costs and the projects that are listed. We can go to the next slide. What we've done also, because of that unique S2 project, if we were to include all the S1, S2, and S3, this is the charge that the developers within that green area that I noted earlier would be expected to pay on a per lot or per dwelling unit or on a gross floor area calculation. So it's a significant jump. But I mean, the alternative is the developers would be expected to put in some of that infrastructure right at the front end. And that might make it a little less attractive for them or anybody else to want to make that investment. Whereas through the DCCs, while it may seem expensive, over the long run, it works itself out. Next slide, please. To give you some comparison, we work for a number of municipalities. We also do comparisons with other municipalities and see what their numbers are at. What's of interest is if you look at the municipalities that are there in brackets the year the DCCs were issued, you'll notice that a lot of DCCs are still fairly old. Merritt's 2007. You're looking at Penticton's 2007. Yet Penticton has, again, this was based on single-family residential at $23,000 a lot. While it's 2007, I'm looking forward to seeing what their numbers are going to be when they update their DCC bylaw, because again, the expectation is everything goes up. You can look at Kelowna, and again, they just did theirs in 2022, and they're at 35,000 for a single-family lot. Kamloops is just going through their DCC review now, so those numbers are not totally calculated to reflect the current numbers they're working through. But it gives you an idea of how you measure up to some of the bigger municipalities as well as some of the municipalities that are more comparable in size. So next slide, please. So we can go into some options for consideration as it relates to the municipal assist factor. If you had any questions before we go into that, be happy to answer them. And I'll bring Chris up if I need to. Otherwise, I can continue on with some possible scenarios council may want to have consideration for.
It's a lot to absorb, but does council have any questions at this point? Not seeing them, but yeah, I mean, I think we're municipal assist factor and how that plays out. This is, I think, is the slide. If you explain this one a little bit, is going to help brains figure this out.
Okay, thank you. So again, the mechanism that's available to every municipality is you can modify, adjust your municipal assist factor. It has to be at least 1%, and it can go up to 99%. Most municipalities are going to do that starting point at 1%, but I think we're going to start seeing municipalities, because the cost of construction, starting to look at their 1% and modifying it, whether it's across the board for all the different categories, being water, sewer, roads, parkland, or whether it's just for certain ones that they feel is necessary. Again, this council, in the last bylaw we brought forward for the DCC, you had consideration for 1% for sewer, roads, and parkland, but you made the decision to go to 60% MFA on the water, and that helped soften the overall hit, if you will, overall charge. So what you can see here is if you at 1%, you're at $19,000. If you go to scenario number 1 at 40%, you're at $14,000, and in scenario number 2, you're at $12,000. So it can be a nice drop in the DCC charge. Again, if you're dropping it for the developer, you're going to then basically take that amount and you're going to spread it out over your tax base to help soften the burden.
So on that, essentially what it is it's a municipal investment into community growth.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you're front loading because the back end is, it seems to be reasonable that 6 homes could recoup that.
Yes, through the mayor. That's exactly how, that's a good read on it. Is it's an investment for the municipality into development future growth. And it's just trying to find a balance that you think may be attractive for developers or attracting new developers to the community versus the appetite for that for your tax base, your residents in general, or your taxpayers.
Thank you.
We also did another comparison or another sort of option for consideration, and that's as it relates to the S2. Next slide, please. And again, that S2 is that Park Drive lift station. So that one is, we noted before, was a larger charge. It was $53,900 approximately for a single family lot. Depending on if you wanted to go with a 25% municipal assist factor or even upwards of 75%, you could look at dropping it almost $10,000 each time, depending on for every 25 to 50. Or sorry, for the 25, you're coming in just a bit, and then again, at 75, you're seeing a significant drop, almost 20,000 drop between 1% and 75. We can run whatever scenario you'd like. These are just numbers. Assist factors we threw out. We use this 40 and the 60 because that's something that council had considered last time. I'm typically going to use 25 and 75 so you can see a little bump, a 75 being a significant bump, and see how things lie. So you may or may not want to do that. In the case of the S2 ones, which is really applicable to just a small grouping of landowners because it is a really small area, you could apply a different assist factor for the S1 and the S3 as well if you wanted to, just like you could with the roads and the parkland. And then one more slide for some consideration is, what if we modified the water MFA, and what if we modified the sanitary for the S2? And again, that's specific to that particular green area. If we were to modify the water down to a 40% MFA and 25% for sanitary, instead of a $53,000 or $54,000 charge, they'd be looking at a $41,000 charge per lot. And if we went up as high as 60% on water and 50% on sanitary, would be looking at a charge of 32, just over 32 per lot. So I have, you can go to the last slide if you like. I know I've gone through this pretty quick. Chris said I had 5 minutes, so just kidding. So it's a fair amount of information. The technical appendix breaks it down for you in there. We do have a slight adjustment we have to make on one of the projects. We sort of caught on the way up here, so we'll make a slight adjustment on that at the end of the day before the technical appendix is finalized and before the bylaw is finalized. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on the overall premise that's coming before you. And yes, I can appreciate, as the mayor alluded to, it's a lot of information, a lot of numbers.
Any questions from council? Yeah, it is a hard thing to understand or to wrap your head around. The municipal assistance factor, as Councillor Sim was alluding to through her question, that is one to take into consideration. There is a philosophy that you're going to recover some of those costs through taxation over years if you get new development. So the municipality, say, giving it 20% municipal assistance factor is an investment in bringing those prices down so it's more attractive to developers versus higher DCCs. The other factor, I think, which we can talk about a little bit, is some of these things in the past, and I don't know what the future looks like. Some of the projects we're talking about here are grant dependent, and we probably wouldn't go ahead with them without grant funding, or are potentially grant eligible in some cases, which could help on the municipal side of things to pay for some of these projects. Right now, I'm assuming your slides are showing them as fully funded through DCCs?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so that's another factor to take into the fact that they're basically, as the price is laid out here, is fully funded through taxation and does not consider any possible grants that could reduce the cost of these projects. And I see Chris coming up, so you got your two bits you want to throw in there?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing. The assist factors need to be consistent for the infrastructure category type. So for the sewer, the Park Drive lift station is a unique scenario. We have the size of the development relative to the projected population growth over 10 years. The lift station is designed and needs to be designed, if we're going to do it in a responsible way, for more than the growth population within 10 years for the district. Right. So even by increasing the growth population from 1% to 1.5%, the lift station is designed for more than that. So it's throwing the numbers off if you try and compare to other communities and other scenarios. As Jason alluded to, and we talked about this a month ago, this is basically a way to bring a few developers together in a cost-sharing arrangement.
Yes.
So that number is skewed. The alternative is that project is just paid for by the developer and then offset by a latecomer to the next developer.
Right.
But to stop the cat and mouse, who goes first, who puts out the expense for the lift station?
This is the number we're flopping on the table to say, this is what it's going to cost if you don't come to.
This is the cost no matter who builds it.
Yeah.
This is a way to bring people together to
Okay.
try and offset. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
As it relates to, for the different infrastructure assist categories, just make sure that, that you can't increase it for the Park Drive lift station and not the rest of the sewer.
Yeah, no, it's water, sewer, doesn't matter where it
Yeah.
is in town, it's just.
Yeah,
it's
just
a
wanted to
standard.
clarify
Okay.
that.
And
Yeah.
this was the first item that council asked me to look at. What can we do to solve this? This is what we can do to solve it. In absence of saying, developer, you build it and then you get a latecomer. The problem with the latecomer, it's only good for 10 years. And are they ever going to recover that amount of money?
Yeah.
Seen subdivisions in this town that go into developable lots that have sat there for decades. So that is a risk on the that would be a risk on the developer. Councillor Sim.
So given the fact that the Park Drive is a unique situation, and does it require different approaches? So for example, it has been a cat and mouse. Can you somehow capture it? Because if we're trying to get back our investment, the same way that the developers are trying to get their investment back, so everybody's after the same thing, in terms of community growth. And we're all acknowledge the fact that whoever pays for it, the ultimate homeowner is going to be the end user and payer. So how can you have a different conversation? Or is it just you bring the developers together? Or do you say for the first 6, like, can you stagger the DCCs given the uniqueness of this project?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So and part of what we've struggled with is you can't modify your development projections, development by development. You look at the census data and you try and come up with a projected development, and then you can look at the specifics of the project. And like I said, I don't know the exact number, but it's like 650 people is what the lift station, the minimum you could design it for in a responsible way, whereas we're projecting 484 people. In order to, basically the district would pay for the lift station up front, and then the district would recover the cost of the lift station in chunks. So the chunks would be the subdivision. So one change you'll see here is going from building permit collection to subdivision collection. So at least now it's one chunk instead of every single time somebody tries to develop. So in the case that the mayor was alluding to, where you have a subdivision that sits with vacant lots, the district has recovered the costs on that now, because that is a subdivided scenario. Right. If you were collecting a time of building permit, the district doesn't get any money back, even though that lift station, that infrastructure was paid for and is sitting there. So that's part of the reason why we're changing this to subdivision, is so you get it back in bigger chunks.
Yeah, and I believe it was your company came to us, I think 6 or 7 years ago, and suggested that we changed to at time of subdivision, and we had about 4 active, very small subdivisions. Oh, that'd be terribly unfair to those people in the middle of the process right now. Yeah, I kick myself every day that we didn't just do it back then.
It is what it is, and this, honestly, the way this is shown now is probably in line with best practice. I know Kamloops is just down the road. They're one of the only municipalities that does building permit. The difference there, just so people are aware, is they collect based on square meter instead of per lot. So the reason they do building permit is they get it right down to the per foot category. The administrative efforts associated with that are, no offense, that's a lot of work to do, so I don't recommend that. But there's a little bit of, that's just down the road, so people might think it's normal. It's not necessarily normal. The subdivision is the best practice way to do it.
Okay, further questions?
Do you offer a course?
That is a good question. Out there in the world, is there DCCs for dummies for elected officials out?
Yes,
A YouTube video. Anytime you can send us a YouTube video or something along those lines, we would love. We do get it. It is one of those things you have to get your head around, and it is much easier to get your head around when you're doing the process of it. But yeah,
I've done a program. It's not called for dummies, but it's called DC 101.
Okay.
And we have shared it with, it's an internal. We shared it at Lunch and Learn. So I made a presentation where we shared what we've been working on other projects too. But we'd be happy to send it along if you want to learn more. There's also provincial guidelines, although they go back to 2005. They're still helpful. And they've tweaked them a bit with the new legislation, but we can pass that along through your CEO, and he can pass them along to you guys too. Yes, yeah.
I have one I'm a visual person, so you had a couple slides up there that this is what we used to do, this is what we're proposing. I don't know if all of it was like that, but I have a hard time making a decision on what I don't know, because I'm kind of clueless at this point. So I'd like to see it if I can.
It's really interesting, because if you were to show 2 pictures, one of time of subdivision where you actually had surveyors marking out lots, and then another one, with the time of building permit issue, where you saw, a foundation being dug, it would stick in your head so much easier in a different way. It's all about how people learn, but not to your thing there. Any further questions before I free True? Councillor Sim.
And perhaps this isn't part of it, but on page 124 of our agenda, where there's the development cost charge bylaw project list summary, one of the largest ones has been the Sunshine Valley Reservoir and Supply Main. And there's always been some questions around the table, are we ever going to be able to get to that amount? And what do we do with some of these projects, and how do we prioritize them?
Good question. So that's a big reason why when we went through this process 2 years ago, we did decide to bump the assist factor up for water, was because that's a large number, and part of what we're trying to do with the DCCs is to build up the district's pot of money in your DCC reserve. So if you get a grant that's, say, 75% funded, you have funds to contribute the other 25%. The cost of a new reservoir and supply main up and supply main down and everything associated with that, that's a big dollar value. And you want to offset that with promoting and development within the industrial area there. But chances are the district's going to be looking for a grant contribution to fund a project of that magnitude, realistically.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Didn't have mics on, and all that work. That's a lot of work. When it makes our head hurt, is obviously stuff that we just shouldn't be doing ourselves. So glad that we have engineers and engineering companies, et cetera, et cetera. So we move on to item 8.1, which is regular council meeting minutes for October 1st. Can I get a mover and a seconder on that? Moved by Councillor Bratton, seconded by Councillor Frizzle, scratching her back. All those in favor? And that passes. Unfortunately, we cannot do 10.1 today because we do not have a quorum of councillors who don't have a conflict of interest due to our spouses being employed by YCS. That would be Councillor Matheson and myself, so we're be down to 3, so we can't do 10.1.
Did they know that?
They do know that. Yes, they were informed of that.
Your Worship?
Yes.
I was just hoping we could backtrack to 9, just on the recommendations from the Committee of the Whole.
Oh, so we haven't completed the Committee of the Whole? So should we do that now?
I thought we were going to do it.
What would be? Can we do it at the end? Because if we can provide me with the written what the recommendations are, I'm quite sure that is it the exact same one that's in the Committee of the Whole?
There's that one under 9.1 as well as the report, but I can get that printed out in between it.
Yeah, I'll take a recess at some point because we're going to run a little bit long, and that should hopefully give you time to do that.
Thank you.
Sorry, we are 3 different meetings going on in overlapping each other right now, and my brain can't take it anymore. Moving on, I'm not going to do a mayor's report today, other than to say I had a great jaunt going down to OK Falls to speak about incorporation with them about a week ago. Really interesting to see an unincorporated community and all the same challenges that we're talking about today, that they're contemplating: roads, water, sewer. But OK Falls, Okanagan Falls is actually quite well developed as far as a community goes. It is essentially a town that is operating without a mayor council. It has a newer fire hall than ours. It has a senior center. It has parks. It has rec. It has bike trails. It has multiple water systems, all being operated by the regional district there. And it was more of a discussion about are you going to take control of your own destiny at the cost of, I believe, 20% or 15 or 20% tax increase versus what they were paying. But they do also have a whole bunch of issues which relate to Clearwater. Moving on to council reports. Councillor Bratton.
I don't have much to report. Good afternoon, everybody. Just a little bit. Last couple weeks have been a little quiet for me, except for we did have our power outage there, and I learned a lot when we're in the midst of an emergency. And something I did learn is there's 7 people in Sunshine Valley not on the water system, so there's something new. Met everybody in Sunshine Valley. When I ran to do this position, I did it because I wanted to serve our community, and I realized we jump into that role really quickly. So I think we operate as a great team. Sometimes we do that above operation. I think sometimes we have to watch ourselves, and I do think that I may have overstepped, but I'm glad I did it because I got to meet a lot of people, and everybody was really good. When I was giving them the report of a boil water advisory, I only had one person that wasn't. And so Sunshine Valley is really big. So that took 3 hours.
Yeah.
And I have to say that we do have, on the whole, a really good community. And when we think first, things happen in a good manner. So that's all I'd like to say.
Yeah, thank you. And that does bring up a question to staff. We rolled out boil water advisory, buoyant alert. Council did some door-to-door of their own volition. I thank council for that because there was a lot of concern in the community. And if people hadn't heard about it on the radio in the next couple of days, they were not really paying attention, I guess. But what is the standard practice when we come off a boil water alert? Because I'm getting requests to do almost essentially door-to-door again. And I don't think any community does that. Would a voyant alert to remove a boil be appropriate, or is a voyant alert for activating and alerting people to an emergency versus alerting to them basically the emergency is over?
Mr. Mayor, I think the voyant alert can be used for both. Some communities put up signs at the entrance to town or the entrance to each subdivision notifying of the boil water, like up on a sawhorse with the sign on it. So we're getting some made.
Okay, so you're already thinking in that direction. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That was basically where we're at. I mean, I think the expectations for communication are pretty high in this community. So we choose to either overdo it or underdo it. But I think first, I don't want to have this happen very often. Solves the problem right there. But line breaks eventually do happen and things like that. But yeah, as long as we set a clear communication protocol for this, I think I'd be really happy with that. Mr. Prime has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So there is a few items there just about the Voyant Alert. Voyant Alert itself as the platform, as soon as you cancel the alert, it comes off of the app, but it doesn't actually notify you on the app that, hey, that boil water was noticed. You'd have to go and open up the app to see that it was actually canceled. So sending out a new alert that, that would notify them, buzz their phone, and then say, hey, it's been canceled. That can be done. It can be formatted in that fashion. However, it would incur an additional cost because we do pay per message we send out. So to the cost of about, $100 every time we would send out one of those mass notifications.
I think that probably would have been money well spent this time.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, thank you for clarifying that there is an actual cost to that, because that was going to be a follow-up question.
And then beyond that, we could do through Canada Post, much like we do the newsletter, the next day after a boil notice advisory is lifted, those mailers can be dropped off at Canada Post, and that's about $500 to $600 again. So
okay, yeah,
those are communication methods we could do, as well as Director of Operations, as Carmichael mentioned, like billboards for neighborhoods.
I think it's just another good reminder to encourage people to sign up to Voyant Alert, because that seems like the most economical, and it's not Facebook. So thank you. Sorry.
I have a supplement to that. On my route throughout, there was a good 5 people, yes, in the senior aspect, that because it was a power outage, they didn't have internet. So they don't use their cell phones like our generation. So that's where I was like, wonder how we would get information. The billboard is a very good idea if they venture out of their house to see it.
So Voyant Alert, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, you can actually sign up your landline on Voyant Alert.
Cool.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
email, landline, and cell phone.
That's correct. And we'd be happy to help them set up. If they have difficulty sort of going through the process to set it up, they can absolutely come down here and talk to myself, and we can do it for them.
See, like you even learned something today.
I did.
There you go. So thank you for that. Sorry, anything else, Councillor Bratton, to report?
No, sorry, thank you.
No, okay. Sorry, Councillor Frizzle.
Thank you. And on that note, the day or the Tuesday after the power outage, it was the seniors learning lunch, and one of the first questions asked of me was, how are we going to find out when the water advisory is off? And I did mention Void Alert, just assuming that would happen. And plus I said Facebook, district Facebook page and paper and word of mouth. So they all like that idea. So I just thought I'd just throw that in there as well. I also wanted to say I attended the barbecue for the doctor, and I'm sorry, Shelley, I forget her name. Dr. who is was
Dr. Phillips, and we welcome
Dr. Phillips was leaving, and it was for her leaving and for Dr. Ben coming. It was a really nice event. It was outside. It was just a perfect day for it, and it was really nice to connect with the doctors and the staff at the hospital. And on Saturday, in collaboration with the Recreation, Cultural and Events Coordinator, the Senior Society took a bunch of people up on the bus for a Thanksgiving waterfall tour. Again, it was a beautiful day. We got to see the new platform up at Helmeken, and they all loved the idea that they could all walk on there very safely with their canes and walkers and whatever. And it was just a perfect day, and they want to see more. They want to do a spring one too, so here we go. And that's my report.
My mic went dead. And for consideration of that platform, that's a fully accessible platform by
Fully accessible.
design.
You walk along the trail and you walk right onto it, and there's not even a bit of a lip.
So when we're talking Raft River salmon viewing platform, I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Repair versus redesign.
Yeah, and they also are doing that at Spahats.
Yeah,
Falls,
for
too.
next year.
For next year,
Which
yeah.
reminds me, I have to talk to BC Parks to try to get pushed into the shoulder season. Councillor Herring and Mackenzie are both away. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, had a fairly busy week. Attended the fire hall demonstration where they burned the cedar hedges and the juniper hedges. And after watching that and considering that the hedges that they burned were soaking wet from 5 days of rain and heavy dews and everything else, they still exploded and melted the siding that was behind it and started the plywood on fire in behind. So I would say to anybody that has cedar hedges or juniper hedges or trees like that up against their house to get rid of them. It's just not worth it. And if they saw the video that I posted on Facebook, it's pretty graphic about how fast this takes off and the sparks that get created. And that was on a calm day. As soon as we put some wind on it, after I finished the filming, everything took off like it was on gasoline. So I really encourage people to start fire smarting in their communities, start thinking about those hedges and getting stuff away, at least a meter away from their homes. I did the voting. It was well received for the first day, and I was quite surprised by the amount of turnout. It was painless, and yeah, it was well done. The door-to-door knocking on Sunday was not on my bingo card, but Margot, my wife, accompanied me, and we got soaking wet and met some interesting people. What I did find kind of funny and interesting is that the difference between talking to the normal residents or the average resident and then going into Green Acres with the old folks. And you could feel a bit of sense of panic with the average person. And as soon as we went into Green Acres, I thought it would be even worse. But they're kind of like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, this is the first time I've had running water and a flush toilet. So they were quite happy. They didn't really bother them. So I found it really interesting conversations with them in that regard. But they weren't bothered by it too much at all. They're just kind of, whatever, we've been dealing with this all our lives. So, yeah, they know how to deal with it. I also attended the doctor's barbecue with Dr. Ben, Dr. Phillips. Dr. Phillips leaving, Dr. Ben arriving, and it was a great event. I'd love to see that done more. Yeah, it was really well done, and I thank Councillor Sim for her involvement in that through her position. And I also had a conversation with the Murray Dole at the Legion concerning the generator placement and his posting on Facebook. And we had a good, positive conversation, and I felt pretty good by the time we ended the conversation. Everything was heading in the right direction. I'm appreciative for staff for being reactive to it in a very fast manner. And I also opened up a bit of an opening there for them to, in the future, possibly we could talk exploring, figuring out, envisioning a better location for the cenotaph in a place that is a little more tranquil, a little more place for reflection, versus beside an industrial complex next to a busy highway and things like that. So it's something that's down in the future I think we should think about and plan for down the road. It's not going to happen overnight, obviously, but I think it would be a worthwhile addition to our community. And I know the Legion is very open to it. They have discussed it for a few years, and they think the time is probably coming that we need to open up some communications about that. And I went to the Cultural Food Day too at the district here, and it was pretty good. I loved the Indian food. I love all the different foods that came out to it, and I didn't have to cook supper, and it was my turn, so it was even better. So, thank you. That's it.
Yeah, and thank you for that. Yeah, on the cenotaph note, it's actually proposed to move it back into the corner of the field back here when we took over this, but they were really attached to Reg Small Park, and I believe the well house wasn't there yet. So, Councillor Sim.
Thanks very much. Just to note that I attended the Dan Coleman cross-country race. We had 6 schools that came, so it's certainly growing in popularity, which is really nice. And again, what a wonderful thing to be able to use our assets up in Candle Creek. It was the library's 50th birthday, so that was good. It's nice to be able to have those types of services. There was always a comment that way back when we invested in library services, would that still be something that we would invest in today? And so as we go into the budget, what do we want to invest in today that people 50 years down the road will be glad that we did? Also, I'm hoping in this election people really pay attention to some of the platforms around healthcare. I did a presentation to Kamloops residents on Friday, and 17 of them were there, and each one of them had a personal debt of $200,000. And it caused them to reflect on, what are they going to do for some of their skill upgrades, and what are we going to do? And without those additional options for some training, it decreases their sense of security going into smaller communities because they want to stay attached to those larger city centers. And speaking of that, I also attended a maternity conference, and just hearing about some of the shortages within our major hospitals and what that means, especially for rural communities. There was a woman who was from Salmon Arm who went to Vernon when she was in labor, was refused, went to Kelowna, was refused, went back to Salmon Arm, was refused, and finally ended up in Penticton. This is all during active labor, and it is a result of some of the shortages that we're experiencing. So anytime we're looking at recruitment, which leads to the final story, as I toured a physician around in Kamloops who was looking to relocate, and the questions they had to ask were often about the community itself. And the first question I was asked is, what's up with the mayor and council here in Kamloops? And while that may be a bit of a chuckle, it does goes to show is that people are doing some serious research about what the community tone is, and so how we can continually elevate our positive stories. And lastly is just to tie in the conversation for the boil waters. I think that the suggestions that have been put forward are really, really good. And I'm wondering if we could get an update from staff about what the community could expect and how do we articulate that out to them. So if we're going to use the Voyant Alert, if we're going to use the billboards, or how we're going to do it, is there a way that we can land on communicating that out to people? Like, what is that actually going to look like? So if we were to send out a notice in the next newsletter, here's what you can expect, from now on, is that way we have a consistent message. So I don't know if we need a motion to that effect or if it can just be noted in the earlier conversation. But I think if we're all clear, it stops that discussion about Councillor Frizzle going to it. I said, well, I think this is going to happen. We will actually know because it's a procedure. And then an answer to anybody who says notices should be sent door to door. If people are concerned about their taxes, based on the small amount of neighborhoods that we were able to cover in a 3-hour time period, I don't think people want to see their taxes going to that. And I think that we can utilize modern mechanisms or even just old school of the billboards. But we do need to be able to inform people what to expect.
Yeah, thank you for that.
That should be a standard operating procedure. So I made note of it. We should have that as an internal policy. So we'll have that and bring it forward to council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your reports. Is anything to report on our CAO report? Okay, thank you. Moving on to new business staff reports. The stormwater grant application. There is a recommendation. does staff wish to speak to this at all? Or are we just gonna, I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
Yeah, this was presented last month, I guess.
Last month, yeah. I know I'd seen it. Councillor Sim.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Phew. Seconded by Councillor Frizzle. All those in favor? Thank you. Next one is generator updates. There's a recommendation to approve a project contingency for well 3 generator to be relocated in the amount of $20,000 plus GST, and that the budget be amended and funds be directed from the Growing Communities Fund. My understanding, Mr. Carmichael, in reading the correspondence on this is just an upper extreme sort of limit of possibility of what it might cost. Estimates aren't that it's going to actually cost this much, but it just gives you no requirement to come back to council on this. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're still waiting for some costs from their subcontractor.
Okay.
So they inflated their costs for
Right.
for this. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Sim.
And so now that we've got that pad that exists there, what is it now used for? Like how?
It will be moved. It's a precast concrete.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Crane the generator off, crane the pad over, put the generator back on the pad, kind of?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Further, Councillor Bratton?
The new location, is it over by the fence in the corner?
Towards the river.
Towards the river, in the corner there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further comments or thoughts? If not, can I get a mover and a seconder on that? Moved by Councillor Frizzle, seconded by Councillor Matheson. All those in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Timeline events related to the SCADA system and water reservoir incident. Do council have any questions on this report? I think this is important to have this on the public record through the agenda. And thanks for the work on that day. It was quite frantic for sure, and couldn't pick worse weather to be driving around looking for water leaks. Councillor Sim.
I think it was a really thorough report, and I think, you know, if it had to happen, it was a great thing to have happen because we learned so much, and the report supports that. And I think it would be, are these types of recommendations, are they going to show up in the budget? Like some of those moments, like will we see that?
Some of those will be encapsulated in the SCADA upgrades that were already proposed.
Right, and then some different things about just ensuring, you know, who's receiving the communication from it, those types of things. And will there be checks and balances? So when there's an offboarding, is that going to be addressed? If that makes sense.
If we have a change in staff, or is it going to stick with, say, the email for the operations corporate officer? You know, right now, as mentioned in the report, the email alerts were into non-used email accounts. So,
yeah, I think we're going to route it through 4-Star. I think would make the most sense, and then it's a third-party company that does our call-outs.
Oh, that's a good idea. So it's basically, yeah, it goes out to the emergency response line, whatever, and they track people down until they get an answer.
Yes.
Okay, that makes good sense. Thank you. Further questions on this? If not, move on to the next item. Appointment of CEO Byron Johnson. Oh, did we vote on that? We voted on the generator. Yeah, we did. Recommendation that Byron Johnson be appointed to the district as the District of Clearwater's Chief Administrative Officer, and that effective October 15th, 2024, Byron Johnson be designated with signing authority for district, and that Jason Johnson be removed from signing authority as of October 15th, 2024.
I move. Or do we move?
I need a mover.
I
need a mover and a seconder on it.
Oh, yeah.
And are there questions first?
Just the fact that you alluded to the fact that we do have 3 meetings going on at once. Is the 15th still the best way to go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
My only concern
thank you.
this is that
That's right.
first and a second, I will not have Byron on the bank.
Oh, that's
Today.
Do you want it as a 16th? Would that be more appropriate?
31st. Just in case. Take him off.
31st.
I want to take this guy off on the 31st.
You're not getting out of it this easy.
That requires a lot of money.
Okay, so let's change that to 31st. Everybody's okay with that. And on both points, would somebody like to move and second the motion as amended? Recommendation as amended. Moved by, but, so the only, for signing authority is the only one of the two actually that we would be doing
That's right.
that on. So the first one remains the 15th, effective October 15th. Byron Johnson is designated with signing authority for the District of Clearwater, and the second, so it still does both. It's just keeping Jason on to the 31st for bank purposes. Okay. Mover and a seconder on the amended motion. Moved by Councillor Matheson, second by Councillor Frizzle. All those in favor? And that passes. Thank you.
Maybe we want to do an introduction.
Yes, hey, back there in the middle, the community, Byron Johnson community. And there's I think 3 community members in the crowd here today, and the rest are, visitors, so there we go. Thank you.
And just one more thing.
Yep.
And maybe you're going to save it to the end, but I didn't know if you wanted to say any words to Mr. Jason Johnson.
Oh, I've said lots of things to Jason Johnson.
All right. Anyway, just appreciation for the work that you did do and stepping in and creating that bridge, and just looking at all the corners and being so diligent in your care. So thank you.
If it wasn't so hectic, I'd say it was a pleasure. Okay, thank you. And do we vote on that? Yes, we did. Okay, that has passed. Moving on to bylaw 17.1, that has already been done. There are 2 letters for correspondence information only. Any comments on that? I note the letter from Mayor Getz on the city of Merritt. We have some commonality there. And if somebody wants to pass on the stuff about youth parliament, I think that's great. To maybe somebody that is a school board rep could do that. That would be fantastic. To the high school, just saying. So we do need to go back into committee of the whole, and I'm going to take, we're going to call it a 10-minute recess right now.
What if we did public questions from the public?
Oh yeah, we can do public questions right now. Are there any questions or comments from the public at this point?
Are we doing that?
Not seeing any. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll go back into committee of the whole to finish that meeting. Thank you. it's financial plan workshop number, special projects number 1. So we'll move back into the committee of the whole meeting, and we are on item, I'm gonna say 11.3?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. We're just picking up from our special projects where we left off a few hours ago. I'm going to ask Council to turn to page 93. We're now we've looked at all the projects from general government for the Parks and Recreation, and we're now looking at the special projects for planning and development. There are 2 projects that we have listed there. Both are grant funded. I'm going to look to interim CAO Jason Johnson to update us on those.
So council was indicating that you might want to look at the OCP, and there's an opportunity to do that through expenditure number 3014. That grant, the Local Government Housing Initiative, was a grant of $120,000. So Ms. Klassen and I can put our heads together and come up with what an overall project plan would look like for that, and to get that OCP done in the upcoming year. The second one, the Development Approval Process Grant, was the grant from UBCM. This is one of the items that council had noted that you wanted to have a report and have that included within the operational plan with the timing that goes along with that. There is an RFP that we have to put together in order to make that happen. I would anticipate that will only take a couple of weeks to get that together and get that sent out and get that work underway.
Any questions on that? Councillor Sim?
So we've heard the reference to the OCP a couple of times today, so it seems like it's pretty important as an overarching thing. So when you say that you and Ms. Klassen are going to put your heads together on that one, what does that look like?
It's just making sure that we have adequate budget within that so that we can show how much of that $120,000 will go towards the OCP project. There was an RFP that was put out last summer. The district did receive 3 proposals, and that proposal was collapsed when the last CIO began. Said that the OCP wasn't important, but it is. It's old. It was an OCP at the time of incorporation. It still has population projections with economic drivers such as the mill, a number of things that are in there that are no longer contiguous. And when you start talking about DCCs, like we were talking today, it will actually show where you predict growth patterns to happen within the community, and to refresh the OCP so that investors know what to expect when they come to town. Because right now, we're giving them an OCP from the early 2000s that really isn't reflective of where we are as a community. The OCP is supposed to provide that direction to council with economic development, all those high policy provisions. As a former planner, it is sort of the panacea to showing where development's going to happen, but also it's a community conversation. Where does the community want the community to grow? Where do they see infrastructure? Where do they see parks and rec? It's a really good opportunity to engage with the community about long-term plans of the district through the OCP. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. And I just want to make a couple of comments. One is it's not the original. There were some refreshments done to it.
Actually, it actually occurred, the one that we're working off occurred after incorporation. It was like a 3-year process. I was part of it before coming to council and approved it as a council member. So that's how long it took. And yeah, I believe we've had one.
We did. We actually sent it to the TNRD because there were some, and then we went through COVID. And I'm actually kind of relieved that it did collapse because we've seen such community change and we're hearing that in the feedback. So this is really timely. Like I feel I looked at it last year, and especially with some of the costs, and it was like, oh, goodness. But now with the community input, I think it's a critical investment because people are looking at us differently. I also think it's really good that maybe we might see ourselves differently. And I think that's equally as important.
And one of the real key pieces that we're missing in the OCP is the delegation of authority. Right? Council deals with a lot of DPs and a lot of DVPs that you can delegate to staff, which are going to make things quicker for the development community. And that's always the issue with the development community. Time is money because they're sitting on these investments, and the longer those approvals take, the more money it costs them. So there is an advantage to going to the community and saying, if we're looking to delegate this sort of authority, do you agree with it? Or do you see that this being a council decision? So it's a real good opportunity to get consultation, because that's what an OCP is all about. And we can see now with the provincial government and how they've changed zoning bylaws that if it conforms to the OCP, it can go ahead without a public hearing. It's incumbent upon us to look at that OCP and make sure that we're matching the new regulations of the province, but also what the community expects for development. It's a really good conversation to have, particularly as you're entering into an election year too. Like, it's a really good opportunity to make sure that you're reflecting what those community values are.
For sure. There was, during the original OCP process, there was a lot of protection of various neighborhoods to keep their identities. And I think over time, now that the vast majority of retail has moved out of the Brookfield area and up to the corner here, there was a lot of effort and verbiage put into protecting those areas. But also, to your point about development, it's a small town. Every one of these things that come to this table where we all know our neighbors, if we aren't having to make decisions directly as councillors on some of these things, and that it is just a function of staff to evaluate and see if it meets the merits or criteria, and then they just approve it. It's much better than it coming to the political table, especially on approvals of small variances and a few things like that. So I would like to go forward with it in this next year for sure. And I don't, we've talked, the discussion with council is to also have a look at it and go, do we rip it apart and start from scratch, or is this a medium level revision, or is it a light revision? And I have a feeling it's going to be at least a medium revision.
So supplemental to that, the RPF or our request for proposal that went out, is it still would that criteria still be valid, or would it be going from scratch?
I think it would be valid in a lot of respects.
Okay.
The OCP reviews are quite common, and I'd encourage council to look at far and wide at consultants that bring different levels of experience when it comes to public engagement. Because to me, this is the key part of the OCP, is the public engagement. It's not necessarily the policy development side, but it's making sure that we get that really good community feedback so that the plan meets what the expectation of residents are, so that it becomes that 5-year guiding document that shows, where we're going as a community and where all those financial decisions and what, Ms. Clausen and I were talking about today was including our master plans in the back of the OCP, right, with a schedule of what those costs look like, and those costs get updated in the OCP, not in the transportation master plan, not in the Parks and Rec master plan, not in the stormwater management plan, but it's in one area, the OCP, so you can see. And then the budget discussions that you're having are a lot more guided than what they are today. So you're not trying to consider $200,000 or $100,000 for siding on Centennial versus our priority is sewer. And right now we're putting all of our funds towards that, which means some of our other infrastructure is degrading while we're dealing with that. It gives you the opportunity to make those choices. That right now I think you're looking at things in a vacuum as opposed to looking at that umbrella document and how it all fit together.
Thank you.
Where were we? Next.
Want to take this? So just so I know.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, right.
Just wasn't.
I kind of started it. So do you want to take it?
Yeah, I'm.
I see the chair for community of the whole to Councillor Sim.
Thank you, Ms. Klassen. Continuing on.
All right. For the protective services on page 93, we have 4 projects, special projects. They consist of the Fire Smart community funding and support, and that will be the second year of that funding that we received. It's grant funded. It's funding a position as well as the activity and equipment that goes along with that position. The Fire Department Master Plan is funded by reserves, and then the Fire Training Equipment Grant and the Emergency Operations Center training is also funded by grants. They're all ranked at #1 priority.
Just on this, and I'm wondering when this does go out for public consultation, is one of the challenges, and it may just be the challenge of life, is explaining to the public what is in here in terms of a grant fund. So if there was a line item, so whenever it was yellow, people knew that they weren't being taxed for it. Because I think that when people, yes, no, because people don't understand it. So there may be a misunderstanding. Why are we spending $200,000 and what are we going to do? And it without the background, it's difficult. Whereas highlighting it is a way to demonstrate how assertive we are with grant funding.
We would be happy to demonstrate that with reports or public consultation, things like that. But we also have our tool. It's called Open Book. And you can see that. On all the projects, you'll be able to see how it's funded.
Okay, so why don't we look back to this when we get into what the public consultation would look like?
Yeah.
Because maybe you've got some
Like
ideas
there's
on how
different-
that is. I just know that I'm feeling a bit bruised and battered, and I want to make it as easy as possible to show all the good work that's being done for fiscal management.
Moving on to the sewer fund, we have two projects there. The desludging project is a carryover from last year, and that's funded, just finishing up, and it's funded through surplus. And the Park Drive lift station detailed design of $200,000. I have to check what it's funded by. But in the meantime, maybe the Director of Operations. Okay. Okay. I've funded it right now through transfer from surplus for that project. The Dutch Lake Corridor intersection concept design of $32,000. This was it's a new project that I think council has directed staff to look into, to come up with a plan for the Dutch Lake Corridor. And finally, the DOC engineering infrastructure studies water, that is left over from the $50,000 that we have every year for reviewing projects that may have grant funding potential. Any questions on special projects?
Questions from council? My question would be about the Dutch Lake Corridor. So although that's an intersection concept proposal, it doesn't sound like that's going to allow us to address some of the community concerns that we've had. It's going to allow us to present yet another design. And how does that help modify what's going to happen next spring? Like, is that enough? I'm just thinking it's just a design.
So So when I'm looking at the Dutch Lake corridor concept proposal, what the description is here is that the Dutch Lake Road intersection, which is too close to Lakeview and Small Park and Well House access and impacts traffic negatively. Further issues with Lakeview Road are caused by hauling boat trailers and navigating this poorly designed intersection. So that's the description that we're trying to correct.
We're talking specifically just about this intersection in front
Yes.
of the police station here.
Yep. And the boat launch.
And the boat launch, okay.
Okay, so I do know that council had asked for a Dutch Lake corridor. Where would we find any budget requirements for that? Because we had noted that once again, we missed the mark this year. So where's that as a business case?
Did council was there a resolution that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think staff will have to look at that.
Yeah,
resolution.
I believe it was a report that we were going to come back about how to finish up with the consultation. Now that it's been done, is to go back out to the public, put some design boards up and say, hey, how did we do based on what we said we were going to do? And but fair enough, right? If that's the comments, that's the comments, right? Overall, is there a project to change this right now? No. That's not in the budget, but that's not to say that there isn't. Council can send us back to make sure that we've got that included within the budget.
Mm-hmm.
it's just a pinch point. So let's put that in the parking lot. Figuratively, literally.
Or council can prepare a resolution right now and we can take
If
direction.
I may?
Go, please.
Yeah, I think let's put it in the parking lot for now, because I think we need more time to think about that. I think we need like 5 years to think about that.
Well, I don't want to see 5 years.
No,
but-
I'm just being,
yeah, no, I
we've been
know.
at it for 3, so.
Well, we have. Anyway, it was expressed as it, and so maybe it's just even worth looking at that conversation and how we move forward with it. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments on the projects that we have discussed today? Both the capital projects and the special projects?
Any questions? I think in light of what we've heard with the DCCs, is there any staff input, because you've brought up, is it time for council to look at taking on debt in order to finance that? Where would there be some sort of a recommendation after hearing everything that we've heard today? Is what would be a suggestion? Would you have one at this point in time, or just need to know that maybe council would be open to reviewing that?
Well, the recommendation,
Direction?
if council would like for us to pursue, for example, the siphon project, and we don't have a grant for it, perhaps council will direct us to take on debt for that project if it was the the highest priority.
Sorry, just, if I may, just
Yeah.
for clarification. With our current finances, what point triggers this going to public referendum or alternative approval process for?
Any debt, we'll have
Any-
to die, one or the other. So
any
we'll
debt.
probably check the alternative
Great
approval
point.
process.
Yeah,
versus
so
referendum.
it will not be a decision solely of council, it will be a decision of the public.
Yeah.
For any project over, is it over any set value? What's
It's for debt.
for debt, for
Going for
acquiring, just specifically for acquiring debt, okay, so
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Well, hang on.
For
no,
long-term debt.
Long-term debt, yeah, and generally,
Long-term debt.
because we don't go to public for when we want to borrow
Buy a
money for a
truck.
truck, exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it does actually beg the question, is it for long-term debt, and long-term debt is 10 years, or like, help us
Over
understand the
5
criteria?
years. It's capital debt, not for equipment, for
Okay.
example. Yeah.
Is there a dollar amount with that? So is it over 250,000?
It's any debt, I think is what you just said.
Yeah,
So, yeah, if we were, yeah.
over 5 years. Yeah,
So
long-term debt.
if we want to spend $10,000 and finance it over 5 years to buy new, we'd have to go to referendum.
Not
alter-
necessarily, or an alternative
alternative,
approvals.
yeah.
So the difference is that we let the public know that we're gonna go up for debt, and they tell us if they don't like the idea.
Okay.
The other
And,
is, the referendum is they tell us if you like the idea.
Our new CEO in the back there can tell us stories about Quesnel
Yeah.
at some point if you wish, because they've recently been through this process.
So I guess, and then to wrap that up, would this be a time where you want to get the pulse of where council would be open to hearing that type of thing? Is that what you're looking for, is like an openness on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being very open, 1 not being, like, you've brought it forward.
Yeah,
So I'd
the-
like to provide the direction that you would be comfortable with.
Yeah, so if council, the larger value capital projects that are listed here in 2026, and if council feels that they're a priority, or I'm gonna just use the siphon, if that is a priority, if we wait another year, it becomes even more of a priority, like it's becoming, yeah. So we would need to go to debt in 2025, follow the process. Even if we go to debt or seek assent of their approvals, and we also get a grant, we don't necessarily need to use that long-term debt. So,
Mayor Blackwell?
So going to debt just basically stops us from kicking the can down a road on critical projects.
correct. If it's a priority, it's strategically the best thing to do. Our infrastructure requires that, then we need to fund that project.
And further to that, there's things that we are seeing as things that seem to be grantable under the eyes of other levels of government, and there's things that aren't, like road services, just don't seem to be a grantable thing these days.
Well, and based on the news out of Ottawa, I think that this would be a good time to look at making some changes. So at this point in time, would council be amiable to hearing more about potential of debt servicing for infrastructure investment? Okay, anecdotally, that there is an openness to considering that and recognizing the importance of it. And I think that would also factor into that OCP and having that umbrella look, so it is not just that one-off, it is cohesive.
Yes,
Okay,
great, thank you.
is
just-
there anything more to, public engagement?
Oh, sorry. I'm just going through to public engagement. Is council ready to move forward? This is the IAP, public participation spectrum. It stands for the International Association for Public Participation. A lot of municipalities and public bodies do use this spectrum for a public participation or engagement in relationship to how we approach the public. In the form of the financial plan, I feel that we probably would be in the consult category down. And in that category, we would be, we will keep the public informed, we'll listen to and acknowledge concerns and aspirations, and provide feedback and other public input that has influenced the decision of council. The ways or techniques that we may use that communication, we would use it as public comment, focus groups, surveys, and public meetings.
Questions? This has been a really effective tool for some of the catchment changes that they've done at SD 73. And I think, so are we going to start with inform and the fact that this is what the community can expect?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Oops.
Just wait.
So with that, the other thing that you had done last year, which I thought was really effective, was you had put out that clever little public survey. And I wondered if that was in the plans. Oh, I see a survey. Look at that. And the video.
So we've tried several different things. This is the part of financial planning that always becomes a little bit more creative and it uses the other side of my brain, which is kind of fun. So this year, I was speaking with our fire chief, Mike Smith, and he suggested perhaps we work with the Fire Smart people and have a table somewhere. It could be in front of Bilo or at the farmer's market or at a market, or we could possibly even introduce the cemetery bylaw as well. I mean, there's so many ways we could work through this.
Are you suggesting pop-up neighborhood
Pop-up,
consultations
that
with
would-
the fire
well,
truck?
I'm not sure if pop-up neighborhood.
Okay,
But maybe, then we would have to go to every neighborhood, right? Perhaps that
Hubs,
would be good.
community hubs?
Yeah. We would get a lot of really interesting, valuable information. We have to balance that with time and effort it takes to do these. It's all very interesting. However, we plan to do something in November. The week of November 11th is what I have in my schedule. We can do a survey at the same time. I can bring back the results from the survey that we did last year and make sure that we've embedded some of those ideas or consider them. We also will do a consultation in January when we've secured some of the numbers and it's a little bit more final.
Councillor Bratton?
You're aware November 11th is a holiday. Remembrance Day.
The week of November
Yeah,
the 11th.
so you'd have 4 days somewhere in there.
4 days somewhere in there, yep.
Okay. Just a
It's just
reminder.
trying to find the venue, coordinate the activities,
Yeah.
those kind of things.
Ooh, no, that'd be disrespectful. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do wonder, because your idea of working with the fire department is quite good. They do have quite a turnout at their fireworks, and even having something there that had a schedule of events, whether as the cars went in, like it's a great way to meet a number of demographics to inform.
Like October 31st?
Yeah, when they do their have you been to the fireworks?
No.
So
Personally not.
no, because you have to drive in and you have to pass the fire department, who can pass out.
You could have a flyer.
You could hand a flyer about these consultations are happening.
That would be a good idea.
Thank you.
Also, you could have them ready for me so I could take it to the next learning lunch.
Yes.
Or the next.
And we
seniors
wouldn't mind
meet.
attending the learning lunch if there's a spot there for us somewhere.
So I think what we're hearing is that we're really keen to have some strong input, and I think we've had lots of comments over these past 6 months in particular, and so to have that venue, to have people allow them their feedback
Yeah.
of what's important, and I think would be really interesting is what are the priorities and what do they think that things cost.
I'm not sure if I can have the survey ready by October 31st.
No, I wouldn't want you to. No, it's really just to inform and what to watch for, and to even have a link to our website, or just to let it be known what's coming up.
Yep.
And even just to advise people that these will be upcoming ways that they can lend their input. It's just an interesting demographic, especially on that 31st, because we don't see a lot of those families who come out. They're busy with other things. Mr. Johnson.
I've seen some communities where they put aside a fund for participatory budgeting. So whatever comes out of the meetings, it could potentially be addressed through the financial plan. And that's truly when you start getting into collaborative decision making. And I think that would be the standard that we'd want to get there, but we do have to take our baby steps, and I think these are the baby steps to get there. But I'd really like council to keep that in mind, because it really does get people engaged, because if there's money towards their projects, people become much more involved and interested in the discussion as well.
Okay, great. Is there any other comments or feedback from Ms. Klassen? So if I may, some of the things that I just sometimes we say things and they fall off. So we left things about a basketball court, and I don't know if we're able to loop around to that one. Just inquiries around, and maybe this will come out through the survey about a dog park, because that continually bubbles up. The OCP is important, and I'm trying to understand which comes first. The OCP, we've heard a lot about sort of master planning and making sure that we're setting next council up with appropriate plans and bringing that articulation back to council. Does this work for everybody? Is it that clear? Is there anything that we might have missed? And then, of course, the takeaway is that council is open to hearing what some debt might look like, and being willing to pursue that. Anything else? Okay.
Sir. Thank you.
Recommendation to adjourn the whole meeting. Moved by Councilor Bratt, seconded by Councilor Matt. Favor or adjourn from regular committee of the whole. We now need to move into the camera again.
Sorry, Your Worship, just before we move into.
But that's part of the regular. Before we move into camera. 3D chest with bloody things here. So that would fall under item something. So coming out of the committee of the whole meeting, we do have two recommendations. Recommendation one, that the committee of the whole recommend to council that council direct staff to proceed with gathering public feedback back on the draft cemetery bylaw number 305 2024 to ensure it aligns with the needs of the community, and report back to council with the findings and any suggested amendments. Discussion on this? If not, a mover and a seconder on this motion. Moved by Councillor Matheson, seconded by Councillor Bratton.
And just for the discussion on it is just that really appreciating staff taking that time to be able to write the notes to the committee members. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. All those in favor? That passes. Second, that the committee of the whole recommend to council that staff be directed to prepare a report outlining the district's current master plans, identifying any additional master plans in the operational and financial plans, providing an anticipated timeline for the completion, with the report to be returned at the next quarterly strategic plan update in December.
It was excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I particularly like December because it appears I didn't know what quarters were and when the reporting was. So that clarification is helpful. Question, if I may,
Yep, go ahead,
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Sim.
is with this, do we need to include the OCP because we have subsequently spoken about that, or is this enough?
I think it's basically a master plan, and I think we've discussed it.
We can include that within the master plan itself.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we don't need to add that. It speaks for itself. Okay, thank you.
Mover and a seconder on it then. Moved by Councillor Bratton, seconded by Councillor Frizzle. All those in favor? And now we're adjourned from, no, now we're going into in camera. Under section something. We need a motion to move into in camera. The recommendation is the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to section 91 of the community charter to discuss matters relating to D, the security of property of the municipality, F, law enforcement, if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the conduct of the investigation under or enforcement of an enactment. I, the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that, in the view of council, could be reasonably expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. Moved by Councillor Bratton, seconded by Councillor Frizzle. All those in favor? And that passes, and we need to shut off equipment.